of Seeing What is Invisible to Others by Jonathan Swift. Good evening, esteemed colleagues, innovators and guardians of eye care. Ramadan Kareem and happy World Optometry Day to everyone. I am Swarna Kamal, President of United Optometrists Forum, right here from Dubai. Welcome to the Myopia Conclave 2025, a groundbreaking celebration of World Optometry Day hosted from the futuristic crossroads of Dubai and the limitless metaverse. Tonight, we gathered not just as professionals but as architects of tomorrow's eye care. Accredited by Dubai Health Authority with 5.5 CME credits, this event is your gateway for knowledge, collaboration and transformation. With two state-of-the-art auditorium, Auditorium 1 from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. and Auditorium 2 from 6 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. prepared to engage with global luminaries who will challenge, inspire and redefine how we combat myopia. But this is more than a conference. It's an adventure. Dive into the selfie zone and flood social media with your passion for optometry. Explore virtual booths to connect with sponsors, win gifts, and unlock innovation. Climb the leaderboard by embracing every corner of this metaverse because every 2 hours will crown a myopia hero with thrilling rewards. A quick reminder to earn your CME credits. Participate in the mandatory live polls and stay engaged. And do not forget the networking launch, your chance to brainstorm with speakers, industry leaders and other colleagues. Let curiosity be your compass. The future belongs to those who believed in the beauty of their dreams, as rightly said by Eleanor Roosevelt. Tonight, we are not just addressing myopia, we are shattering the boundaries. Whether you are joining from a bustling city or quiet town, you are a part of global family, fighting for clearer vision and healthier eyes. Let's make this conclave a milestone and etched in optometry history. But before we begin, no celebration of unity is complete without honoring the spirit of our host nation. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise virtually or in spirit as we stand together for the national anthem of UAE, a symbol of pride, progress and collaborative ambition. Let its melody remind us that even in a digital world, our hearts beats as one. Thank you everyone. Let this anthem ignite our shared purpose as we embark on this journey. And now, it's my privilege to hand over to a visionary who needs no introduction, the brilliant Mr. Ian James. Ian, the spotlight is yours. Let's ignite the session 1 and begin our conference. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for the introduction, Suana. Today is going to be an amazing session. Welcome back, everybody, to another United Optometrist Forum seminar. Today it's going to be incredible because we have so many speakers from around the world. And the last time of looking, I think there are more than 1,200 people registered to attend this event. So we got some great speakers coming up. My name's Ian James Pengilly. I'm a British optometrist. I've been in UAE for 16 years, 14 of which with Sheikh Khalifa Medical City, where I really learned a lot. So the first of our speakers in our global lineup is also from the UK, Dr. Sayantan Biswas. He's a lecturer at the School of Optometry at Aston University. He lectures on anatomy, myopia, and mechanics of presbyopia, which is a really interesting subject. He's on the editorial board of the Scientific Reports, which is part of the journal Nature. He's on the editorial board of ARVO journals. He's worked with our fellow presenter, Dr. Raymond Najjar in Singapore, and has most recently represented the anatomy section for ARVO at the 2025 conference in Washington, D.C. And he would like to present to us on the science behind myopia. Thank you, Dr. Sayantan.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
Thank you, Dr. Ian, and thank you, United Optimist Forum, for giving this opportunity to talk about myopia. So thank you once again. So I'm Sayantan Biswas, lecturer at Aston University, as Ian correctly mentioned. So myopia, I have no conflict of interest, sorry. So myopia, as we know, is a condition in which the optical power of the eye is greater than the axial length of the eye. So what happens is the light gets focused in front of the retina, so the patient sees blurred vision, and it is becoming a public health concern because the prevalence of myopia is rising all over the world. And with myopia comes the risk of sight-threatening diseases like glaucoma, cataract, retinal detachment, myopic maculopathy. And when the myopia is high, which is more than 5 diopters, it increases the risk of pathological myopia even more. So that's why we need to prevent it. So the outline of this talk is about the important factors which are strongly associated with myopia. So if you look at myopia and the risk factors, there are several factors which are associated, maybe 20 or 30 or maybe more than that. But we are focusing today only on the ones which are strongly associated, like parental myopia, the age of the kid, the baseline refraction, time outdoors, near work, and sleep. So first of all, gene. So gene explains only about 5 to 35% of the variation in refractive error. What does it mean is, when a kid has myopia, in terms of gene, in terms of single nucleotide polymorphism, or SNPs, you can only explain 5 to 35% of the myopia which is going to come in the kid, not more than that, which is pretty low. But parental myopia is something more than gene. It is genetics plus the shared myopogenic environmental factors or the lifestyle. What does it mean is that the child is getting exposed to the visual, non-visual environment as well as the lifestyle that the parent has created for the child. It can be time outdoors, can be near work, can be anything, any kind of number of books he or she reading in the day. Everything is shared. So it's a shared environment plus gene. That is why parental myopia is much more strongly associated with myopia. So it has been shown that when a child has both parents myopic, there's a very high risk of myopia, which is around 6 times, which is 33 to 60%. And when there's only single parent myopic, risk is less, but still is quite high, 2 to 3% than a child with no myopic parent. Also, parental myopia is associated with high myopia, faster progression of myopia, and longer axial length. So parental myopia is definitely a strong risk factor of myopia in kids. Baseline refraction now. So when a child comes to your clinic with a high myopia already at diagnosis, so there's a high risk that the kid will end up having high myopia, more than 5 diopters, later in the childhood. And also higher myopia compared to a lower myopia predicts faster progression. So if the myopia progresses faster, that means the kid may end up having high myopia later in childhood. And also the risk of high myopia is even higher when the refraction is like 1.5 to 3 diopters by 10 years of age. So this is a cutoff you can consider, like when the child is 10 years of age, if the refraction is 1.5 to 3, there's a high chance that child will end up as a high myopia. So how to identify people before myopia happens? There is a pre-myopia condition. So pre-myopia is the condition in which the refractive error is low, having a low hyperopia at that age. So for example, 6 to 8 years old kids, they should have refraction values more than 0.5 diopters. But if it's less than 0.5 or 0.5 diopters, that means the child may have a high risk of myopia. Similarly, when the child is 9 to 11 years, a bit more, the refraction should have been ideally more than 0.25 diopters. But if it's less than that, that means the child may develop myopia. And this refractive error is independent of family history or visual environment. Along with this refractive error, if the child is having a strong family history, that means one or two parents myopic, and also the child is spending less than 2 hours time spent outdoors or more than 3 hours of near work, the risk increases even furthermore. Also, if the AC/BI ratio is higher, that means per diopter accommodation, the convergence is high. That means the child is having esophoria and even exophoria also. Children have high risk of myopia. So this infographic developed by Myopia Profile shows what it means. So red color indicates high risk, yellow color indicates moderate risk, green is low risk. So a child with less than 9 years of age having myopia, with 2 parents myopic and low indoor-outdoor time and more close work with high AC/BI ratio, maybe esophoria or exophoria, has a very high risk of myopia. Now moving on to risk of myopia progression. So the red point highlights that prior myopia progression is not predictive of future progression. That means suppose a child has been progressing for the last 1 or 2 years, that doesn't mean that he or she, they will progress even further down the line. So that is not predictive at all. It has been shown by a longitudinal study by Mutti et al. In US. So the strongest predictor for progression of myopia is age and race. So what is age? So if the child is young with myopia, there's very high chance that they will develop myopia faster than a child without myopia or low myopia. So this the value here shows that a child with 10 years of age progresses 40% than a child of 7 years of age. That means 7 years progressing much faster than 10 years of age. Similarly, if you go a bit higher age, which is 13 years, the progression becomes only 25% to that of a 7-year-old kid. So 7 years definitely progresses much faster than 10 or 13 years of age. And younger the onset of myopia, there's a high risk of having high myopia in later childhood. Similarly, Asians progress at least 50% faster than European populations. So different study shows different percentages. About the mean is about 50%. Can be a bit less, can be a bit more. But what the idea is that Asian children progress faster than European populations. Now moving on, time outdoors and myopia. So time outdoors and myopia in humans. So compared to indoors, outdoor activity typically involves what? The light is higher, so exposure to brighter, higher intensities of light. The spectral conversion of lighting, what does it mean is that typically indoor lighting, the light is rich in blue and red lights. Although you don't see blue or red, the spectral conversion is more blue and more red. But outdoor, if you go, it's a more full spectrum, which is a broad spectrum encompassing all the wavelengths of light. So definitely outdoor light is different from indoor lighting. So when you go outdoors, the UVB creates, synthesizes vitamin D in our body. Then there's something called circadian rhythm. What is that? It's a biological clock maintained by the on and off of the light. So when you go out, there's bright light. When you come in, low light. So light on, light off. They create a rhythm in our body, which is known as circadian rhythm. So we'll discuss that later in the slides, but that also has an influence on myopia. Also, when you go outdoors, there's more increased physical activity, which is not happening indoors. So human research supports an important role of bright light exposure in the mechanism linking outdoor time and myopia. So definitely there's a link. Now this graph, I mean, a lot of people have seen that. There's a very famous study done in Australia by Catherine Rose in 2008. So time outdoors is the only proven intervention which can reduce the incidence of myopia. That means new cases, it stops developing myopia outdoor time. In the several years, several cross-sectional, longitudinal meta-analysis, several studies have shown that time outdoors definitely protects against the onset of new myopia in children. But when we look at progression of myopia, time outdoors reduces the incidence, but not the progression of myopia. So myopia progression reduces only by 0.13 to 0.17 diopters shown in the slide here, which is very low. It's subclinical. So if you let a kid go out without myopia, he or she may not develop myopia. But a child with myopia, when you go outdoors, the progression reduction may not be that effective yet. That has been shown till now. So the idea is that when you go out, the bright light induces maybe induces secretion of dopamine in the retinal ganglion cells that is driving the prevention of myopia. That is the idea. And if you look at this chart, you can see that the two red arrows, the red on the left side, it shows that when the near work is high, but the outdoor time is high, so outdoor time definitely protects against myopia. Although the child is doing high near work, because the outdoor time is high, myopia is of low level. Similarly, the right side arrow, right upper corner, you see that outdoor time is low. Near work is also low, but still myopia is high. That shows that outdoor time is very important to prevent myopia, irrespective of the near work level. Now, if you look at this study, this is a study done by Scott Reed in Australia, known as the Rome study, which shows that the red line is the children with low light exposure, and the green and the blue are with kids with high level of light exposure. It shows that the moderate level and the high level, they're almost same, but the low is quite far apart. What it means that kids with moderate or high level of light exposure, when you follow them over time, you see that the axil growth is low, but those with low light exposure, the axil length, the ocular eye length becomes much longer by 0.1 mm. So they concluded that when a child is getting exposed to 90 minutes of daylight at least, which is more than 1000 lux, that can slow down your axil eye growth. But this study haven't studied the refractive change. They only studied the axil length change, which is a good predictor of myopia. Now, evidence from clinical trials. So clinical trials mostly done in China. Those 5 studies I've mentioned here, they have all shown that 40 to 80 minutes of outdoor time in children, that definitely reduces the myopia onset and also progression to some extent. But as I mentioned in the previous slide, the reduction progression is low. And also it has been shown that outdoor activity, which is strong sunlight, more than 10,000 lux, definitely reduces myopia incidence, development of new cases. And also 10,000 lux for 1 hour is equivalent to 2,000 to 5,000 lux, but for a longer period of time. So the cumulative exposure of light is same, which is 10,000 versus 5,000, just that 10,000 is less time, 5,000 is much longer time requires, but both gives the same effect. And if you look at the graph on the right side, you see that ROC group is the light group, control is on the right side. So if you look at the gray area at the bottom, you see that for the light exposure group, the gray area is 43%, which is no final myopia. And the control group is 33%, which is much lower. So it shows that light exposure definitely reduces the new onset of myopia. Okay, now to summarize the time outdoors, what we see is that association between myopia development and outdoors is quite strong. But the myopia progression outdoor activity is lower association. That means myopia progression may be reduced, but to a lower extent than myopia development by outdoor activity. And if you look at light intensity, 1000 lux or more is effective to prevent axil growth, but 2000 to 5000 maybe slightly more. So when you go outdoors, if you measure the light, it's definitely more than 5000. So outdoor light is definitely good for preventing myopia for young kids. At least 2 hours of outdoor time is required to give the protective effect against myopia. And as I mentioned, the pre-myopic children should be encouraged. Pre-myopic children is the refractive low, strong family history, maybe exophoria or esophoria. So they need to go out for at least 2 hours per day with adequate sun protection. That's important. We don't want them to get sunburns because of going outdoors for 2 hours. And myopic children, despite relatively weak evidence of outdoor exposure in slowing progression, it's always good to recommend the kids to go out along with optical or pharmacological intervention. So, for myopia progression prevention, people can use atropine or different kind of myopia prevention lenses. It's not available in all the countries, but at least in some countries it's available. Along with the treatment, they can use outdoor exposure as an adjunct therapy, additional therapy. So now moving on to near work and myopia. So near work and myopia. So overall, near work and myopia is not as strongly associated with as time outdoors. The association is like modest between near work and childhood myopia, and also results are mixed. That means some says yes, there's association, some says no, there's no association at all with near work and myopia. So myopia has been associated with near work. That means especially with reading, writing close distances. So when a child is doing a lot of reading, writing at close distances, he or she can develop myopia. And more time spent on near work activities is also associated with high levels of myopia. So you know what is odds ratio of 1.14. So anything more than 1 means high risk. Anything lower than 1 means low risk. Although time outdoors is protective against myopia, high level of near work increase the odds of myopia in children. So if you have high level of near work and moderate level of outdoor activity, you may develop myopia. So near work definitely induces myopia to some extent, definitely. But others found no association. So the results are a bit mixed. So generally, to summarize about near work, we see that when a child is doing continuous reading for more than 30 minutes or doing shorter walking distance less than 30 centimeters, that means close distance, and for a long duration, he or she may develop myopia. But reading more than 2 weeks per week, although it has been shown in some studies, it's very controversial. It's not very well proven yet. But the intensity of near work, which is close distance and longer duration, is definitely associated with myopia. Now, there's a modest association. So people may question that why there's a modest association. That answer may lie in the fact that the studies which have studied this association between near work and myopia, they have used subjective methods like questionnaire. They ask their parents, how long do your child do near work? At what distance? So a questionnaire with a parent which is non-objective can give rise to wrong results, which can be biased. So that's why we need more objective studies using devices which can actually quantify the near work, the light level, the distance, the time, all the stuff. So there's something called diopter hours. What is diopter is that it measures the amount of near work happening based on the distance and the time. So it can be very simple, like diopter hours based on the distance. So 3 times for reading, 2 times for watching video, 1 time for watching television. So as the distance is getting more and more, the accumulated demand is less, the weightage is less. So it gives a total amount of, it gives a value which depends on the proximity of the near object. But that question can be elaborated more in recent context where you have Facebook, Twitter, Xbox, PlayStation, all can be incorporated in the same question. And also, as I mentioned, there's a device. There are many devices known as Range Life or Cloud Clip. Sorry, what it does is it measures the light level, it measures the distance the child is reading at, so it can quantify the near work, not just based on a questionnaire, which can be biased, which can be wrong. Now, next, moving on to electronic device use and myopia. So there's no clear association between screen time and myopia till now. Greater screen use on weekends and weekdays and even prolonged screen use increase the risk of myopia in teenagers. We know that. Some studies have shown that, but the results are very controversial. Why is that? Again, the factor lies in that those studies have used subjective methods of asking the parents, how long does a child use screen, which screen they use, at what distance they use, which can be biased, which can be wrong. Also, it can be wrong because of the recall bias of the parents. But overall, it has been shown that if the child is using 1 hour of daily screen use more, there's a faster myopia progression by around 0.3 diopters, and also the odds of myopia is higher. Especially this was seen in COVID-19 when children were locked in the home and they're using a lot of computers, smartphones, and television. So it has been shown that smartphone use has the high risk of myopia, followed by computers and then television. Television is furthest, so it has the lowest odds ratio of myopia. But many systematic reviews have found insufficient evidence. The evidence is not sufficient, they say, to link myopia and digital devices by Carl Lenka, George Foreman, whereas some analyses still found that myopia is definitely associated with screen time. But again, it all meta-analysis, they depend on the studies they have taken. So have they taken few studies with rigid criteria or a lot of studies with loose criteria? That can give rise to different results. So till now, I tend not to believe on these studies. So I don't believe that electronic devices definitely associated myopia. We can't say that. Maybe associated, probably associated, but we need further studies to definitely quantify that. Myopia is likely due to reduced outdoor activity or circadian disruption is the main question now. But if you look at this graph below, it shows that 1950s, before the advent of smartphone and all those digital devices, myopia boom started in China. The level was low, 10-20%, and now it's very high. Definitely there's an increase, but it's not just because of screen time. It may be more related to near work and less time outdoors or circadian disruption. So we need to study further before blaming screen time itself. We need to see what really is happening in further studies. So the clinical advice you can give to your parents is that near work is not bad. Do not say near work is bad. We should encourage more of a balanced life, which is they should have near work. Along with the near work, they should have outdoor activity as well, like more than 2 hours of outdoor activity. So recommendations can be made to limit hours spent on close tasks and screen time where feasible without impacting school. I mean, you can't say a child that, okay, stop studying from tomorrow, just read half an hour, not more than that. You can't do that. You have to have near work. Along with that, you should have also outdoor times. So might already be an increased risk of myopia from having myopic parents. So if you see a kid with myopia, their parents may be myopic, so they have a shared environment, as I mentioned initially, they have a high risk of myopia already. So you should balance all the views and advise them adequate time outdoors and near work. And also age and ethnicity need to be monitored. Younger age, high risk. Asian ethnicity, high risk of myopia progression. So now the last point is the sleep, circadian rhythm, and myopia. So what is that? So it has been seen that MIPes have a delayed sleep onset, reduced sleep, and poor sleep quality. So overall, the sleep amount in children with myopia is less, but they are association studies. What does it mean is that it is just association. They found that, okay, MIPes have poor sleep, emmetropes better sleep, but that doesn't show causation. So these associations are also inconsistent. Some studies shows yes, there's association. Some says no, there's no. So we need to have better longitudinal studies to investigate sleep and circadian timing and myopia progression. So basically, it says that when the child is exposed to digital device for a long time, maybe the light from the digital device is causing the melatonin secretion in the brain, which is causing disruption of the circadian rhythm, giving rise to myopia. Why is that so? If you don't sleep early, you end up doing more additional nerve work. So that's the risk factor of myopia, nerve work. So it is not actually sleep, maybe it's nerve work. But again, others say that the circadian rhythm, which is the up and down, so our axial length or all biological components, they shrink and elongate, expand throughout the day. So that shrinkage and elongation, if it extends for further time because of the circadian disruption, that can also give rise to myopia. But the current evidence is insufficient to draw a proper conclusion whether sleep is definitely associated or not. So thank you for patient listening. There are other factors which I'm not mentioning here. What I mentioned to you, like urbanization, housing, pollution, socioeconomic status, education, IQ, spatial frequency, smoking, seasons, diet, nutrition. There are a lot of factors, myriad of factors which are involved in myopia, but which is beyond the discussion or scope of this presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Sayantan. It's always great, I think, to go back to the fundamentals, back to the science, and really build from there when it comes to evaluating medical conditions. So thank you so much for your insight. Our next speaker is Prajwal Ghosh. He's an optometrist and primary eye care professional at Trinachalaya Hospital in Kolkata in India. He is specialist in complex contact lens fitting and is a lecturer on myopia and orthokeratology. And he would like to inform us about global trends in myopia progression.
Am I audible?
Yes, you may carry on.
My slides visible, right?
Yes, it is.
So, thank you, Ian, for the nice introduction. And yes, I'll be speaking on global trends of myopia prevalence, meaning I'll be speaking on number, and numbers. So, first of all, so I feel myopia has taken a shape of pandemic. See the worst pandemics that we have faced in 100 odd years. These are the numbers. You see 17 to 100 million, 44 million, 36 million, 15 million, and see where myopia stands. This is 2.5 billion already, and it is expected to reach 5 billion by 2050. So, what are the risk factors of myopia, as Dr. Shantan rightly mentioned? For high myopia, the risk factors: glaucoma, cataract, and most importantly, retinal detachment and myopic macular. So, let's begin with number games, as it is a prevalence talk. So, we'll first focus on China. If you see the different studies, you see the different studies in different regions with different age groups. It starts from 5% in rural China, ranging from 5% to 36.4% at age group of 8 in Taipei, and it goes up to 65.5% in Beijing. Hong Kong, it is 2.3 within the age group of 3.6, and it is 36.7% within the age group of Singapore, 7 to 9 in Singapore. In New Delhi, in 2002, what we had found 5 to 15, we had 7.4. More than 15 years, it was 19.45. Iran, it was 29.3. What we could understand is US 5.5 within the age group of 6 months to 6 years, 6 to 18, Poland 13.3%, England 29.4% within the age group of 12 to 13. So these are diverse details. So if we talk about Australia, it was 30.8% in age group of 17. And in Australia, again, in 2014, we found out 20.4% within the age group of 19 to 22. So these are diverse or heterogeneous, data. So we desperately needed to collate the data and have a collective understanding how things are and how good or bad we are placed. So if we talk about South Korea, 83.3, South Korea again 96.5 in the year 2012. But in 2015, when two apex bodies sat together, actually, they found out, WHO and Pioneer Vision Institute, they first actually found out that the myopia prevalence is going to touch 50% by 2050. As optometrists, we are familiar with 2020. 50 by 50 was out of syllabus for us, but we understood that we are going to land up in 50% prevalence by the year 2050. So everybody was shaken, and it was further documented in this study, which was published in American Academy of Ophthalmology. And let's find out what these articles say. They actually included data from 145 studies covering 2.1 million participants, and these are the data that we had got. So it was a meta-analysis and systematic review covering 2.1 million people, and countries grouped into global burden of disease regions, GBD. Comprehensive meta-analysis software version 3 was used. In 2020, they found out the percentage would be 22.9%. In 2010, it would be 28.3%. As you can see here, 2020, 34%. 2030, it is 39.9%, steadily increasing. 2040, it is going to be 45.2%. 2050, 49.8%. You can see the hotspots here in the right side of our screen also. Asia Pacific, high income group, 66.4%. In East Asia, it was 65.3% projected in 2050, and again in Southeast Asia, it was 62%. So if we see the myopia projector, and if we project this data in graphical form, we could find out in 2010 it was 28.3, 2020 it was 34%, 2030 39.9%, 2040 45.2%, and 2050, which was previously also projected, 49.8%, and that is 475 million. So we needed recent data and more focused on younger population, and I found out this study, which was published in British Journal of Ophthalmology, and they found out actually that this was the abstract, and they actually found out they actually did a comprehensive analysis of 276 studies involving 5.4 million people. Let's see what they actually did. 266 published articles they actually included with involving 5.4 million people from 50 countries covering 6 continents. This is the latest and most comprehensive meta-analysis still. Most importantly, 27th of June 2023 covered the impact of COVID-19 also. They covered children and adolescent, more focused on younger age group between 6 to 19, standardized AC -0.50 diopter or less. They found out that within 2050, it would touch 740 billion. So this is the data that we have got. In 2030, it will be 32.21%. 2040, it is expected to be 36.59%. Within 2050, it would go up to 39.8%. If you further analyze, this is a spreadsheet that we have got. If you feel that this is slightly cluttered, I would like to analyze it a little more, maybe in a later slide. This is the country-wide data. Japan, they found out 85.95%. Republic of Korea, 73.94%. China comes fifth with 41.11%. If we analyze this data in a simpler form, we find out actually Asia dominates all, hands down. 51.65% in 2030, 61.99% 2040, 60.78% in 2050, what Dr. Shantan also rightly mentioned. If we talk about females versus males, females again, ahead of males, 41.95%, compared to 37.34% in males. No wonder they are more studious and intelligent compared to males. If we talk about urban and rural, urban 32.01% compared to rural 29.40% projected for 2030. If we talk about developing countries and developed countries, we found out 31.89% in developing countries compared to 23.81% in developed countries projected in 2030. If we talk about different age groups, 13 to 19 is projected to be higher compared to 6 to 12. 13 to 19 actually 42.81% projected in 2030 compared to 21.21 for the 6 to 12 age groups. We don't know the exact impact of COVID-19 as yet. As more and more studies come, we'll be able to understand how impactful it is and what would be the number like. So if we find out this interesting data, what could be the root causes for the myopia? Dr. Shanton touched upon all this. So genetics is one. Lifestyle changes is again a different important aspect. Rapid urbanization was found out to be an important reason. Reduced outdoor activities, which is very important, as mentioned by Dr. Shantan also, 2 hours a day to keep myopia at WHO score. That's very much important. Increased screen time. What is a regularity now after COVID-19? Life has changed for everybody. And increased focus on academics. So what do we do now? If this trajectory goes like this trajectory would take us to a disaster. As you can understand, it is already a huge public health concern and challenge for the whole world globally. So what we need to do is we should desperately try and flatten the curve as much as possible. We need proper strategies, and that is why I feel we need this ASAP. That's what I feel. Advocacy for myopia, strategy, action, and P is for planning as per the global bodies. So these are my references. I know I have bored you people too much during my talk with only numbers and numbers. So I have two good news for you. Since I have bored you too much, I think there are good and efficient speakers who talk about scientific aspects more and talk about myopia control strategies more to enlighten us very well. And that is one. And number two is we are going to host the biggest event in myopia control and orthokeratology in the month of May. So I would like to invite you all to come and be a part of this event and make it more and more successful. Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thanks so much, Prajwal, with that excellent presentation. Some really useful data there, and we very much appreciate your contribution. So to introduce our committee member, Mr. Sridhar Swarna. Sridhar is an optometrist, a very experienced practitioner of complex contact lenses. He has his own brand of scleral lens designs, and he is an orthokeratology practitioner and keen advocate of low vision devices. Sridhar is a business owner with multiple practices as part of his Sight Savers optical group here in Dubai. So I would like to introduce him to present on the impact of myopia on quality of life and public health.
Is it visible now?
Yes, this.
I'm so sorry. Is it clear now?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
You may carry on.
Excellent. Okay. It's myopia is considered a global public health crisis. Just brief about it. It's a refractive error causing blurred distant vision. And the key stats show a 30% global prevalence today, projected to rise to 50% by 2050, as previously mentioned by the two excellent speakers. And over 6 diopters of myopia increases the risk of blindness by 50 times. So why it matters? So beyond vision correction, a systemic public health challenge with lifelong implications. So it can cause a lifelong problems to the child if it is left uncorrected or unattended. So what are the quality of life impacts? So the daily challenges is driving for the adults and difficulty in recognizing the faces and the screen use. So as you can see in the picture, the child is trying to, struggling to get the right focus, to see the screen in the classroom. And similarly, a driver is struggling with a poor vision. So 20% of the classroom learning is visual. Uncorrected myopia linked to academic delays. So a child who can't see well the board in his classroom will have a lot of issues in his academics. So it causes anxiety, a social stigma, reduced independence. So the social stigma is due to the child wearing glasses or contact lenses. The fellow children might make fun of this kids, and they have challenges in playing sports with the glasses. So that may cause an anxiety. So it's an economic burden which has to be addressed. And because throughout the life, the parents have to spend a lot of money in glasses. So that can lead to loss of productivity in his work environment. Now, as you can see, there is a rising prevalence due to urbanization, screen time, reduced outdoor activities. Example, 80% of the Seoul, the Korean teens are myopic, which is a matter of concern. And economic toll. Global cost of vision impairment is about $400 billion annually as per the World Health Organization statistics. So the complications are very bad, which the high myopia can lead to retinal detachment or glaucoma, which can put a big strain on healthcare systems. And equity gap, 90% of the visually impaired children in low-income countries lack access to corrective care, which is very, very alarming. Like, children, especially in the developing countries like Africa, they cannot afford to buy a pair of glasses. So it's a big economic burden on them. So the developing countries should contribute in providing them, glasses free of cost or at low cost. So global statistics findings of myopia prevalence, as you can see in China, Vietnam, India, Nepal, we can see that it's very bad. So as you can see, prevalence of myopia percentage is increasing rapidly. Singapore is believed to be one of the highest myopic in the world. Up to 80% of the people there have myopia, but the accurate figure is unknown. China's myopia rate is about 31%, which is about 400 million of its 1.3 billion population. And the prevalence of myopia is high in school children in China, which is about 77%, and in college is more than 80%. So the Taiwan, Korea, and Japan follow with similar number. Now, what are the influencing factors? Influencing factors, as you can see in the first picture, this is the most common sight that we see these days. A child is very bad in taking food, and the mother is trying to show some videos or some cartoons or some movies in the mobile phone and trying to feed the child. Now, the end result is the child gets addicted to the digital screens, and that can cause an increase in the child's myopia, or the child, an emmetropic child, slipping into myopia over a period of time. And contrary to that, the rural children, they spend a lot of outdoors and they enjoy with their life with the nature. running here and there, and versus the urban children, for them, the only sport is watching the iPad or the smartphone, which is extremely bad and which puts unwanted stress on their eyes. So what are the current strategies? What works? Early intervention. Early intervention is the key in slowing down or completely stopping the progression of myopia. So orthokeratology and combined with low dose atropine. So for example, orthokeratology with a 0.01% atropine does wonders as per the world orthokeratology data. And it has slowed the progression of myopia by 50 to 60%. And in my own practice, I've seen a lot of children, responding very well to the orthokeratology. School screenings. So they in Taiwan's program reduced myopia rates by 10% because of these school screenings. Lifestyle changes, 2+ hours of outdoor activities can reduce the onset risk by 33%. So outdoor activities means, exposing themselves to physical activities, which is good for their physical health in general, and exposure to the sunlight, which can increase the dopamine release, which is directly related to the myopia onset. So policy levers, Singapore's National Myopia Prevention Program, that includes parent education and subsidized care. So subsidized care is very, very important, but because not everyone can afford to buy a pair of glasses. So prevention, correction, and management should go hand in hand in controlling the progression of myopia. So innovations in myopia management, tech-driven solutions, regular screening for early detection. Now, these days, a lot of AI tools are available. We should try to make best use of them. And Defocus incorporated soft lenses, like Cooper Vision has a MySight, a daily disposable, and Johnson & Johnson has Ability One Day. And we have Visioneering Technology offering Natural View Multifocal One Day, and Markanovi Milo. And there are so many other companies offering the myopia control soft contact lenses. From my experience, my first preference would be orthokeratology, and the second preference would be the soft lens, which is a daytime myopia control contact lens, and the third would be the myopia control spectacles. But definitely, I would encourage all the children to have low dose atropine as a combination therapy. So there is a lot of pharmacological advances happening. So someone is working on novel drug delivery systems like sustained release of atropine implants. So it is yet to reach the public. And there's a lot of research going on the genetic level. So identifying the genetic markets to predict high-risk populations. So what is the role of an optometrist in myopia prevention? So advocate for policy change, push for school mandates on outdoor time and screen breaks, which is very, very important. And these days, the schools want to have their, the best results for their students. So they push their children to spend a lot of indoor activities. A lot of mugging the books, all the subjects, due to which the children and the parents are under tremendous pressure, and they don't spend outdoors, so which can increase the risk of myopia. So partnering with non-governmental organizations, non-profit organizations for rural screenings, which is very, very important, because rural screenings or the school screenings, we can identify a lot of myopic children if they are left uncorrected. It can lead to amblyopia or some other complication like retinal detachment or glaucoma or a school dropout. So it's very, very important to have regular rural screenings. So educate the patients proactively, involve the parents in that, and make them understand that myopia is not just about glasses, but it's about a lifelong eye health. So myopia awareness campaigns are very important to create the awareness among the parents and the children. So that would be very, very helpful in creating the awareness of myopia. So the key message today is myopia is a preventable driver of disability, but only if we act collectively. And every parent who doesn't take necessary prevention steps is a contributor to his child's myopia. So this message should reach every parent. Now, as an eye care practitioner, think twice before prescribing just single vision glasses to a myopic child. I think there is a lot of awareness that has to be created among the ECPs as well worldwide, because these days not many are encouraging the parents to go for the specialty myopia management glasses or contact lenses. So please understand that we become the culprits in promoting the myopic progression in the child. And most importantly, the myopic control glasses and contact lenses should be made more affordable to the common man. Now, if you see the prices, they are a bit pricey, which is very difficult for a common man to buy myopia control glasses. So the big labs should work harder in generating low-cost myopia prevention glasses. So the greatest tragedy is blindness, but the greatest tragedy is blindness to the solutions within our reach. Hope you understood the meaning of this. So we should never be blind to the available solutions which are easily reachable, and encourage all the parents to make best use of these solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sridhar. That was really a great presentation.
Thank you.
And it covered actually a lot of the areas that I wanted to bring up in the discussion. I think we're going to segue into a discussion now.
Ian, can you switch on your camera?
Yeah. There we go. So yeah, and I think that you covered some important points like getting the parents on board. This is very important to provide accurate information to the families. And because it's a big decision actually that they have to make. And firstly, I'd like to say it's a good thing that the number of factors which we found out to be responsible for increasing myopia, we actually have some degree of ability to control these. So there's the exposure to bright sunlight or natural daylight, the amount of accommodation which the kids are doing as well, and then the peripheral hyperopic defocus. So we have the option to go for the myopic control lenses. So there's three things there that actually can be controlled, which is a good thing. But yeah, you have to really get the parents on board. And I think you more or less answered the question I was going to ask. Which one provides the biggest bang for the buck? If you have to get the parents on board and say, okay, we're going to start with this, we're going to start with atropine, we're going to start with myopic control lenses, we're going to start with contact lenses, okay, which one would you really go for to get the parents on board?
To begin with, to bring the parents on board, we should let them know the available options. So the most challenging factor which I found in my practice is the affordability. And most of the children, they are taken to an ophthalmologist. And sorry to say that many ophthalmologists don't recommend the myopia control glasses and spectacles. So it is very important to create awareness, because they say that, my ophthalmologist told me that, you don't have to go for this and all. And you can just go for, no, let me go for the basic single vision glasses. And by the time, they keep postponing in going for the myopia management glasses or other devices. by the time the child reaches 10 or 12, the myopia reaches about 6 or 7. That's so unfortunate. So I believe the awareness should begin with the ECPs.
Absolutely, yeah,
and them,
absolutely.
to reach the parents.
As the most the most responsible practitioner, the ophthalmologist has a big role. I was reading something incredible the other day, just like a couple of weeks ago. I was reading some threads from Reddit about people who lived in Japan, so non-native Japanese people, and they said every time they went to the eye doctor to change their, to do a contact lens follow-up or to check their prescription, or they lost their glasses, every time they went to the refractionist, because they don't really have optometrists in the manner that we're used to. So they have sort of, refracting dispensers, and then they have the doctors, a bit like in France and like that. So every time they went to get their prescription checked, they always insisted to undercorrect the myopia. And this is a disaster, because you can imagine how it affects the peripheral hyperopic defocus if you under-minus the spectacles.
True. I mean, so unfortunate it is.
So it's just about, sharing the correct knowledge.
Very true.
So yeah, another incredible statistic was going through one of your papers, actually, Dr. Saintan, one that you were author of, and it mentioned about sort of global prevalence of myopia, and it said that in Africa the prevalence was only like 4%. So is that mostly genetic or environmental or activity, the result of what they do?
In one of my presentation slides you mentioned, right? I don't recollect anything with Africa. Probably Prajwal mentioned something with Africa. But I mean, if you see the prevalence of Africa is low, so maybe that's something to do with outdoor and near work. I mean, see, Africa is not all about forest and village area. Of course, they're urbanized as well, like any other country, but probably the amount of near work is much lesser compared to other countries, because the education system is different, and also outdoor activity, because of the practice of going out more, maybe more. So probably high outdoor activity and low near work combined together is having the low prevalence in Africa, probably. But I don't recollect that prevalence you mentioned. Probably Prajwal mentioned that in his presentation slides, probably.
Yes, in one of my slides it was there, but it is really surprising to see such low number compared to when we get such high numbers otherwise in other countries. But definitely, as Dr. Shantan mentioned, the academic system is different. Definitely, economic condition is different, academic system is different. So, though difficult to explain totally, but that is the reality. Probably. I guess the change of system, outdoor activities more, less near work, and of course genetics may also play a role.
So boots on the ground question, I'd like to, I'm sort of wondering what level of progression you would sort of red flag for increasing myopia. I mean, is half a diopter a year, is that sort of worrying, or 1 diopter per year, or 0.75 over 6 months? Or how would you rate a red flag for myopic progression?
Can I answer maybe?
Yeah.
So yeah, I suppose it depends on the age and the level of myopia already the patient is having. So if it's a low myopia and a very young age, maybe half a diopter itself is a big red sign showing that, okay, there's a high level of chances that the patient may develop high myopia later in childhood. But if the myopia level is, I mean, if the child is quite old, I mean, more than 30 years of age, and with low myopia, then there's relatively low risk of the patient progressing to high myopia. So young age, high myopia is, for that, 0.5 itself is a big deal. And for older age, low myopia, a big change is not a big deal. So I think it depends on the age and the level of refractive of that patient.
Yeah, Sayantan, as you rightly said, in the younger age, I mean, as you know, the age group of 6 to 12 and 13 to 19 is totally different.
True.
So, what I feel in general in India, what we understand is average progression by 0.5 diopter is normal, definitely depending on age and amount of myopia that the patient has. But more than 0.5 is slightly alarming. That's what I mean, it is considered.
What about the policies and the public health initiatives that we have right now in practice in UAE, and how effective they have been in terms of prevention and early detection and control? What do you think, Sridhar? Like, have you been to any other campaigns, public health
Honestly, I'm a
campaigns?
private practitioner, so I don't work with. I never had an opportunity to work with the government hospitals. So
Yeah,
probably,
yeah.
people. I mean, the optoms. We have some, many optoms who have worked with the government hospitals, right? Like Dubai Hospital, Sheikh Khalifa Medical City, and all. They might have a better data about it.
Yeah, I think we have to really increase those campaigns and these stuffs in order to really detect the early
Onset.
progress. Yeah, onset. And that was a wonderful discussion so far. So thank you all for such a good panel discussion. Now let's move on to the next session. I will hand over the thing to Ms. Devakani.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Iya. Good evening, everyone, and happy World Optometry Day. I'm Kani, Secretary and one of the core committee member of United Optometrists Forum. It is my pleasure to introduce our next session presented by Zeiss Vision Care Middle East and Africa. I'm honored to welcome Ms. Celine Cambrose, Medical Science Liaison at Zeiss Vision Care Middle East and Africa. Celine needs no introduction as she is known to most of you in UAE and in the Middle East. She will be presenting on Zeiss MyoCare, proven efficacy in Caucasian cohort. Over to you, Ms. Celine.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am really happy to join you today especially on this myopia optometry day. Sorry, the optometry day. And yeah, what an honor again to be here with you and to give you the latest updates about MyoCare. You know me very well for quite many years now. We have Peter also who joined the team. So I'm really happy to be able to go on deep dive sessions with you. As you already know most of the criteria of myopia management, and because we also had the pleasure to host so many good speakers and talk about myopia management trends and so on, that I am sure that all of you behind your screen are already experts. So let's go for this presentation. So I am very pleased to share with you 12 months result on the Caucasian studies that we have been doing in Europe. First of all, before talking about these results, I would like to highlight once again how Zeiss has been into myopia for a very long time. As you can see here, first of all, we have a solution to slow down myopia, then to treat myopia with a SMILE and all the refractive surgeries, the VisuMax 800 that you might know. And we also have some IOL solution for cataract and cataract workflow. So we are not new. Zeiss is definitely a pioneer, and Peter will talk to you about it much longer. But we have been into myopia, and not only myopia management with children, for a very long time. And I think it is also very important to mention that we were actually at Zeiss the first one working into research on a lens solution for children. We at first really dedicated all our investment into China, Asian market, because we know that this is absolutely the heart of the fight. So we launched this first lens in 2011. We are now 2025. So we are absolutely not new in the market, and we are absolutely not new into myopia in general. So let's talk about MyoCare design. So this is the latest generation of optical lens which are slowing down myopia. And we are talking here about simultaneous myopic defocus. And what we learned from the past, because as I just said, we have been really into myopia management for decades, is that we cannot compromise on wearability if we want a lens to be efficient, okay? So what is this concept on myopia progression? We have this peripheral defocus hypothesis, which is actually explaining why the eye of a child is elongating that much. What we learned is that when a child is wearing a normal single vision lens, we will have in the center of the lens, the optical center, and so all the rays will go directly on the fovea for a very good vision. Unfortunately, on the edge of the lens, we have what we call aberrations. It means that if you prescribe -2, you will have -2 at the center, but as long as you are going on the edge, you will have -2.05, -2.1, -2.1.5. And these aberrations are going to create what we call here a hyperopic defocus. So the image is not going to be on the retina, but behind the retina. That way, unfortunately, we will have a biological reaction from the brain, which will be to elongate the eye to put back this image on the retina. So actually, the peripheric hyperopic defocus is an undesirable side effect of a corrective lens, okay? And it does stimulate the elongation of the eye and so the myopia. So what is MyoCare doing? Knowing that MyoCare is actually going to keep a very good vision with the optical center. The image is directly going to be on the fovea. And on the peripheral part of the lens, instead of having this hyperopic defocus, we are going to create the opposite, which will be a myopic defocus in front of the retina. What we know from our previous experiences is that we cannot compromise on comfort. So, okay, to do a myopic defocus as long as we find the best balance between a quick answer to slow down the elongation of the eye and great wearability. So this is MyoCare. We have two technologies here. We have one technology on the front surface, which is a CARE technology, CARE for cylindrical, annular, refractive elements. This is what is going to create the myopic defocus. So it is rings, okay, all around the superficie of the peripheral part of the lens. And we have on the back surface a second technology, which is a clear focus. This second technology we are the only one having it, and it is actually what is going to maintain the highest level of efficacy from the front surface. The second technology is going to remove all the aberrations, to minimize all the aberrations so that we will not have this hyperopic defocus, which is stimulating the elongation of the eye. So having this second technology is going to optimize the efficacy of the front surface technology, which is a CARE technology. So we have this central zone, okay? This central zone is where you will have the correction that you prescribed, -2, -3, -4. Then we have a functional zone on the side, and this is going to be where we will have the myopic defocus and at the same time, the normal correction. What we want is to have a myopic defocus, which is going to slow down the elongation of the eye, and at the same time to maintain great comfort, great wearability, great visibility, so that the child doesn't see any difference. So here it's really challenging. We had more than 12 prototypes actually to find the right size of this central zone, the right size of the peripheral zone, and the right distribution between myopic defocus and normal correction. It was also challenging to find the right value of myopic defocus, okay? What we want here is really a question of balance. So we have this central zone here, and on the functional zone, you will have the care elements, okay? The care elements is where you will have the myopic defocus. So it's a positive power. Here it's plus 4.6, okay? And between each care element, you will have the normal correction of the lens. So at the end, on the peripheral part of the lens, you will have 50% of myopic defocus and 50% of good vision. So what is happening now when you have children wearing MyoCare? All the rays going through the central zone are directly going to the fovea, right? This is normal. Then when you have rays going through the care elements, they will be in front of the retina, okay? This is what we call the myopic defocus. What we understood is that having a competition between myopic defocus and then normal vision and then myopic defocus and so on is not strong enough. So what we did actually, is that we diffracted the light into a caustic shade so that here we will have a full blur in front of the retina, and so not just a single dot competing with another single dot, and so on and so on. It's a full blur in front of the retina as a simultaneous myopic defocus. And this, what is going to send a stop signal very quickly. The second technology, as I told you before, is really the one which is going to keep and to maintain a high level of efficacy of the first technology, the care design on the front surface. If you remember well from my first slides, we said that it was a hyperopic defocus, so when the image is behind the retina on the peripheral part of the lens, okay, which was stimulating the eye tuber. So if we do a myopic defocus here, but if we do not minimize the hyperopic defocus here, it will not work well. So this second technology, as you can see, is going to bring all the image right at a good place on the retina. We can also say that if you have -2 here, you will have -2 as long as possible on the edge until the edge of the lens, okay? And this is why also our lens is very quick, very fast, and very effective. From the 12 prototypes, we kept 2 designs. So you have MyoCare hard design and MyoCare soft design. It's exactly the same concept, 2 differences. The first one is the size of the central zone. Here, it's 7 mm for the hard design, 9 mm for the soft design. And the value of the myopic defocus, plus 4.6 for MyoCare hard design. For MyoCare hard design, and plus 3.8 for MyoCare soft design. The distribution on the peripheral part is the same, 50% of good vision, 50% of myopic defocus. Why do you have a portfolio with 2 lenses? We want to give you as many possibilities as possible to find the right solution for your patients to slow down myopia. If you have an older children who tried previously a progressive lens to slow down myopia and adaptation was awful, and he doesn't want to hear again about any myopia management lens, then you can go on Zeiss MyoCare soft design, because you know that if he had a bad experience before, and because he's older, so the myopia progression is going to be slower, you can go on MyoCare soft design. We highly recommend to always go on Zeiss MyoCare hard design, because in terms of studies results and wearability, it's just the same. So in case you have any problem, okay, you still can try and have a plan B with MyoCare soft design. What we want is you to always try something to slow down the myopia of the children. Now that you know everything about MyoCare and the theory behind it, let's talk about this study. This is a study which is prospective, randomized, parallel group, double masked, multi-center clinical trial in Europe. This is a very important thing to know because we know that most of the studies are made in China, and we also know that ethnicity is having a big impact on the progression of myopia. We are in Middle East, and what is really the closest to our patients, to the patients that you have in your clinics, is definitely closer to European ethnicity than Chinese ones. So it is a study, so you can see from Portugal and Spain, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different places, Madrid, Padua, Lisbon, Seville, MyoCare, Madrid. So a very big scope. And actually, the cohort itself is very big. 234 children involved, 115 of them wearing Zeiss MyoCare, and a control group wearing single vision lenses, 120 children. We are not using any artificial statistical extrapolation for control group. It's only real data for both test and control group. And this is very important if you want to have an accurate study. So this study is a 2-year study. I'm going to share with you the 12 months intermediate results, and this trial got extended to 3 years. Also, another very important thing is that we had children from 6 years old. The speakers just previously mentioned the fact that the myopia from 6 to 10 years old to 9 years old is very aggressive and then slowing down. So if you take in your study children from 6 years old, you're taking the children who are having the highest risk and level of fast progressive myopia. So this is very important. We are doing cycloplegic spherical equivalent, okay, best corrected 2020, okay, exclusion criteria, any pathology or history of ocular and systematic abnormalities, binocular visual problem, etc. What you can look here is after 1 week, after 3 months, after 6 months, and after 12 months. We have a very low number of dropouts, which means that we have reliable statistics. A similar number of data points are being compared. And this is very important if you want to have an accurate study representative of what is really happening in real life. What is also very important, because we know it, having myopic parents, being girls, being boys, if you don't have similar groups, it's very hard to compare between the groups wearing the lens and the control group. So here, no significant group differences in age, refractive error, axial length at baseline, and no significant differences in parental myopia or gender across groups. So what we can see here, it's about refractive error. And so at 6 months, we are already slowing down myopia of 0.17 dioptry, 75% of efficacy. After 12 months, it's 0.21 dioptry, 56% of efficacy. It is absolutely normal to have a difference between 6 months results and 12 months result. It's absolutely normal, and it's compared to all other techniques here, so absolutely no worries about that. What we can see is that within 6 months already, we can see a strong Zeiss MyoCare efficacy on refractive error, meaning that the stop signal is analyzed quickly by the brain. What about axial length? And so that's the same. Within 6 months, we are already slowing down myopia axial elongation of 0.08 millimeter. In 12 months, 0.14 millimeter, which means that we have a 62% of efficacy after 12 months on European children. What is also very important to see here is that for children from 6 to 9 years old, the progression is much faster, when for children from 10 to 13 years old, it's much slower. So myopia progression is getting slower for older children compared to younger ones. Artificial extrapolation are not an accurate method to measure myopia management solutions efficacy. You cannot take the 6 to 9 years old myopia progression and just continue it, because it's not like that in real life. It doesn't work like that. And when you look at the axial lens progression by age group, okay, progression is getting slower as children are growing up. Extrapolation curves are not accurate. They are not accurate for axial lens elongation and for refractive errors. What we could see in this study as well about fast progressor is that regarding refractive error, in only 1 year, Zeiss MyoCare divides by 2 the number of children having fast myopia progression compared to real control group. So this is really important, knowing that we are dividing it by 2. In terms of axial lens elongation, in only 12 months, Zeiss MyoCare divides by 3 number of yearly axial lens elongation over 0.2 millimeter compared to real control group. This is real people, real data, real life. And when we know that we are looking to have at worst 0.2 millimeter elongation per year, we are definitely doing it. Okay? So when you look at studies, this is what is really important. When we talk about Middle East children, ethnicity has a major impact. Asian children may differ in myopia progression compared to Caucasian children. So when you are looking, prescribing to children in Middle East, Chinese children are absolutely not reacting the same. Size of cohort is really important too. When you have more than 200 children under study or 50, it doesn't have the same meaning. Dropout number, if many children are dropping out the study, reliability of the statistics is affected. Age of the children. Younger children from 6 show more aggressive myopia progression, expecting lower efficacy of myopia management solution. Harder to reach high efficacy in youngsters, okay? So if you have young people, it's going to be more difficult. Control group data, having a real control group wearing normal single vision lens at similar age is advocated for good results. Artificial extrapolation data from a baseline study, such statistical approach may lead to misleading outcomes, as such procedures do not take into account real behavioral changes over time, for example, okay? And we cannot control time spent outdoor, near work, light conditions, and having myopic parents is also having an impact. So having same type of people is really mandatory. Caucasian children study with a big cohort, including young children from 6 years old and real-life control group wearing single vision lens, is one of the most credible approaches for the respective myopia management lens assessment. From one study to another one, and especially into myopia management, you will never have the same results. Wearability of MyoCare. So during this study, we asked many questions about wearability, and over 109 children, Zeiss MyoCare got rated 9/10. Very comfortable, even practicing sports. Okay, so really very good efficacy on refractive error, axial lens elongation. 234 children, very big cohort, no artificial extrapolation. Fewer children demonstrated fast progression, divided by 2 in refractive error and divided by 3 in axial lens elongation, okay? And this trial got extended to 36 months. Quick remember, MyoCare is available as a stock lens. It means that the lens is already made here, okay? It's in polycarbonate with anti-reflecting coating, and the price is 950 dirhams. Just to remember, Zeiss is a foundation, so we want this lens to be affordable to anyone, okay? On top of that, you have this warranty. Any power change up to 9 months is changed for free, non-adaptation for 1 month. If you have any problem, you can switch to MyoCare Soft Design or a normal single vision lens. Scratches and cracks, 70% discount on first replacement, 50% discount on second replacement. up to 1 year. It's a treatment, and we are here to help you to give the best support for your patient. We also have an online Zeiss Academy where you will have a myopia education program. It's a 5 units program available online. You have an assessment at the end. If you have 80% of good questions, you will have this certificate of completion. I highly invite you to go and do it. It's available on our website. We also have for 2025 a new Zeiss MyoCare certified eye care professional. So first you need to do this online training, and then please reach out to me and we will figure out together how you can be a Zeiss MyoCare certified eye care professional. Finally, we have, if you download the QR code here, the myopia management guideline supported by done by Yazan Gemo, supported by Zeiss, on how to introduce myopia management into your practice. And if you want to have all latest update about myopia management, we have a LinkedIn group where you can ask to join with this QR code just right here. To finish, we have the time now to play. During all the conclave, please, if you scan this QR code, you will have a questionnaire, not that complicated, but not that easy, but fast one, which will maybe bring you to Germany to visit our headquarters in Allen, or you will maybe win iPads or free Zeiss lenses. So thank you, everyone. Please come visit our booth, scan the QR code, and play. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Celine, for sharing your valuable expertise with us. Our next speaker is Dr. Peter Essek, Medical Science Liaison at Zeiss Vision Care, Middle East and Africa. Dr. Peter will be taking us through Zeiss MyoCare, science-driven innovation for myopia control. Please join me in welcoming him. Over to you, Dr. Peter.
Yeah, that's my presentation.
Yes, we can see now.
Perfect. Can we make it in big screen, Celine, please? Yes. All right. Thank you very much, Celine, for helping me out of this issue. Thank you very much also to the audience for participating in today's event. I really hope that you are enjoying it so far. My name is Peter Essek, and with Celine, I work here as a medical science liaison for Carl Zeiss Vision. Before, I used to work actually in China with all these myopia-related innovations. So I hope that today I will bring you some science-driven innovation for myopia control as we understood it by Zeiss. Can we go for the next slide, Celine, please? So to take maybe a step back, how do we understand the innovation and what is it actually for us having such a big thing as myopia management, which as we learned from the previous talk is a thing that actually has a big impact, especially on children. And we as Zeiss, of course, needs to step into this and bring some new novel solutions. To enlighten it, how to understand or how we do understand innovation at Zeiss is maybe with a short, brief story, what was done 100 years ago, where technically there were no intraocular lenses, so we couldn't do any cataract surgery, or there was no slit lamp. And back then, we worked with the best eye care professionals. Back then was, for example, Alvar Gullstrand, who was the laureate of the Nobel Prize for Physiological Optics, and gave the world the first slit lamp or the first intraocular lens. And in a similar way, we treat the myopia management. Can we go to the next slide, please, Celine? So actually, Zeiss is a pioneer here. And Zeiss has been a pioneer in a variety of fields. If it's a medical technology, if it's a vision care, if it's industrial quality solutions, always delivering a top niche solutions. Can we go to the next slide, please? And the same needs to happen to myopia management. And why is that? We've already seen some data from the previous speakers, which were really great. And it was really nice presentation. And I'm really thankful for this. But just to have a short recap, Celine, the next slide, please. The data is showing that the prevalence of myopia is really like a big and global problem. So as it was mentioned before, China is of course the hub, but we can see a similar trend to happen actually worldwide. And the trend is such that if we take a look on the youngsters, like the 6-year-old kid, we can see about 15% of those kids to be myopic. By the time, however, if they finish or if they enter the secondary school, already 70 to 80% of those kids are myopic. Yeah? So between a rather short time span, actually the prevalence of myopia increases dramatically. And if we go to the next slide, it's not about the refractive error itself, of course, but the problem are the secondary cases, yeah, which is, for example, the macular maculopathy, open-angle glaucoma, posterior subcapsular cataracts, retinal detachment, and so on. And suddenly we are switching from the basic correction of a refractive error to a rather a treatment-like method to really stop the eye elongation to progress in such a way that such circumstances actually happen to the eye. And we at Zeiss, we've been quite along here. Actually, now having the year 2025, it's quarter a century. So back then in the early millennium, we start with the basic research into high myopia and progression of myopia. This was back then the brand new story. Why is the eye actually elongating and what are the fundamentals behind it? Later on, we established our first collaboration with our clinical institutions. And back then in 2010, roughly, we started with the launch of our first myopia management lens. Back then was called the MyoVision. Later on, coming with modified optical designs, we expanded, of course, the partnerships with the worldwide academia fields. And later, and the latest advancement is then dispensing to the market the Zeiss MyoCare lens, as Celine nicely introduced. So coming back to the story, actually, why the lens looks like it looks like, it starts with a circle. And why with a circle? Because the fundament of the lens here is orthokeratology. And as it was here also said in the previous talk, orthokeratology is one of the widely used methods to actually tackle problem with myopia, actually stopping the over elongation of the eye. So we learned from this finding and we translated those orthokeratology rings, which are pressed on the cornea, to a spectacle lens. And a spectacle lens, we have an advantage here that spectacle lens has two surfaces. So on the first one, we introduced something which we call the CARE technology or the CARE elements. Here the CARE stands for cylindrical annual refractive elements, which are elements yielding the respective defocus power to the peripheral retinal region to actually send the eye the stop to growth signal. In between, to maintain a nice variability, as it was also shown by Celine before, we have the clear area where the natural or the normal vision correction should appear. However, to not have the hyperopic defocus, meaning to have the image behind the retina from those spatial regions on the lens, we introduce something which we call a clear focus design, which should eliminate this artifact, so to say, and shift the image at least on the retina, not to be behind it. Okay, Celine? And there were three pillars of consideration. Just a short recap. You have already learned some of these, but just a short recap here. First was the central clear zone. Second is the cylindrical annual refractive elements and the lens back surface. And the third one is the fill factor of the lens. All right. So if we jump to the first one, is the central clear zone. It might seem pretty easy and random, but it's actually not, because there are two arguments talking against each other, so to say. What should be the optimal size of the central clear zone? So on the one side, we definitely need to be big enough to enable daily activities, to enable really good wearability of the lens. However, on the other hand, we need to be small enough to deliver the Defocus optical output already to the mid-peripheral retinal region. Because as it was pretty recently shown by the study of Barbara Switzak from the lab of Frank Scheffel, already the mid-peripheral regions, meaning like 6 to 10 degrees in the eccentricity, are already the sweet spot for detecting the optical defocus and actually are pretty valuable for the whole myopia management efficacy. So can we go to the next slide? The second one, of course, here we are already in the treatment zone, are the cylindrical annual refractive elements itself and the back surface. So actually, as I said before, both back and front surface actually matter. So on the front surface, we have again those small, tiny circle-like defocus elements, which are really tiny. In width, we are talking about half of a millimeter. In terms of the height, about 350, 400 microns, which if we put it into the ratio of the size of those elements and the defocus they yield, this is the highest or the strongest ratio currently available on the market. On the back side, as I said before, we have the clear focus to eliminate hyperopic defocus from the clear zones in between. Yes, okay, thanks, Celine. What is the optical output here? We can maybe click one more time. Yes, it's actually a cylinder. It's already in the name. It's a cylindrical annual refractive element. And so that you really believe it is a cylinder, we can maybe click one more time, Celine. Is that if we make a cut through the element, we can define two axes. One is the axial one and one is the radial one. While in the radial one, we will have a power of about 9.2 diopters for the MyoCare lens. In the axial one, of course, there is no optical effect here. So in combination, if we click one more time, Celine, please, we really get a cylindrical combination of those two meridians coming with the effective defocus of about 4.6 diopters here. Okay. And the third pillar is just to make the just to have the story completed is the fill factor. And here the fill factor was set to 0.5 so that we again have a nice combination of the really good wearability of the lens that the kid at the end of the day cannot distinguish whether it's single vision or a MyoCare lens. On the other hand, to really yield a nice performance in terms of myopia management. Okay. And what about the different sort of statistics? So Celine already showed some nice statistics from our 12 months data we recently gained from our Caucasian cohort. I would just add something on the top here and maybe took it from the different perspectives here. So here, what I'm showing are the data actually coming from China. And we didn't only want to compare it percentage-wise with a single vision, but we also wanted to ask what is the probability here for a kid to actually encountering fast progressing myopia if they were treated by MyoCare, MyoCare S or single vision. And here the outcome was that actually if the kid was treated by a single vision, the probability of actually encountering a fast myopia progression, meaning more than minus 0.75 diopters per year, is actually 3 times higher compared to the both types of the care lens. All right. And another perspective for a different sort of statistics. So besides comparing it to the fast progressors, is actually comparing it to an emmetropic progression ratio or emmetropic progression curve. And here the story is such that, of course, if we make such a comparison to single visions, there are many factors which we cannot simply statistically control for, as for example, what was the genetics, what was the time the kid spent outdoors, what was the time the kid spent indoors, what was the lighting condition, what was the near work time, and so on and so on. And these all factors naturally have an effect, more or less, on the final eye elongation. So we've been asking ourselves how to actually show the performance of a myopia treatment lens while not having to count in those artifacts, so to say. And we took a really big bunch of data. Here I'm talking about more than 500,000 data points, which we took and draw first of all the black curve, which is the normal ametropic growth, which we as an eye care professionals should always target. This is the natural behavior, and this is what should be targeted. On the upper side in the red line, we have the expected myopia growth curve. Yeah, so this is if the eye is more or less myopic, this is what we can expect. And then in a point-by-point way or a kit-by-kit way, we actually draw the curves in between, or thankfully in between, which were kids treated by MyoCare or MyoCare S. So this is actually the statistics showing the performance of the lens without actually needing us to worry what were the conditions the kids spent their day-to-day life at. Here we are just talking about 70 and 68% respectively. All right, if we go next. Celine also already talked about it a bit. Just a short recap again. Wearability is, of course, a necessary part of it. No myopia management procedure will work if the kid will simply not wear the treatment on a daily basis for a reasonable amount of time. So we took really deep dive into it, and we put a lot of effort to make this happen. And it's really cool to see that the ease of adaptation, as you can see on the right side, is actually clinically not significant at all if the kids were wearing single vision or Zeiss MyoCare or MyoCare S for the first wearers. Also, if we take a look on the time of adaptation, the distribution actually still follows the same paradigm. If we go to the next slide, please. We also took a look on different activities like distance vision, near vision, doing sport, being active, etc. Because all of these habits, all of these activities actually require different gazing position and different ocular behavior, so to say. So it's definitely worth to ask all these different questions, and we are super happy that actually we always fall more than 94% above the satisfaction rate. All right. Now, from a different perspective, what more can we actually offer to the kid? Yeah, so of course, on one side, we have the performance, we have the statistics, we have the wearability, but what else can be done? Yeah, and of course, here into the game comes the UV protection. And here it's a bit tricky because since we are talking about a lens that has a microstructure on the frontal surface, actually making additional coating on the frontal surface, this would be a bit tricky because you might reduce the efficacy of the lens at the end of the day. So we at Zeiss, we thought a bit differently, and we made a new material which the lens is manufactured from. And from here, we are then cutting 400 nanometers or up to 400 nanometers to prevent the kid from all these light-related diseases, as it could be cortical cataracts, pterygium, or keratopathy. Okay. Just a short thing for the last point. I heard from quite practitioners that they were maybe not, I would say, afraid, but to implement it in the clinical practice, as to some it might appear something new. I just wanted to share here with you how easy it is actually to make myopia management with a MyoCare lens. It's actually pretty easy, summarized here into 1 times 6 steps, 1 times 5 steps, starting with a comprehensive subjective refraction, optimally under psychoplegia, prescription the lens, referring to an optician store that actually works with Zeiss and dispenses Zeiss MyoCare, optimally performing a follow-up then every 6 months so that you can nicely track the axial length and the spherical equivalent, how the eye actually performs over time. ensure all the time that the prescription is updated and to maintain the optimal visual acuity, and never forget to emphasize the importance of spending more time outdoors, as this is just for free and everybody can do it. In terms of dispensing MyoCare S, it's even easier. One needs to always dispense a proper frame for the kit, select the care lens from the range of refractive indexes we have in our portfolio, ensure the proper centration, as this is pretty much crucial, check if the frame is pretty much nicely positioned when dispensing, and advise to patient to come to the optician store every 1 to 3 months to ensure that the spectacles are worn properly. Okay. We can go next slide. And this was actually it. I thank you very much for your attention, guys, and staying with us. And sorry again for the bit of a trouble with my sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Peter, for enlightening us with the innovations in myopia control. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sana Merchant and I am a part of United Optometrist Forum. Welcome you again here for our webinar today. Let's start our next session, which is Myopia Continuum, Navigating Myopia Prevention and Progression. Our first speaker for today's session is Dr. Raymond. He's going to take us through roles of outdoor activities in myopia prevention.
Okay, thank you so much. Sana. Let me start maybe by sharing my screen quickly. Okay. Okay, perfect. So thanks again for the invitation to take part in this event, and thank you to the audience for staying with us. So good afternoon, good evening to some people. Today I'll be talking to you about the role of outdoor time and light in myopia prevention. I am from the Yong Loo Lin School of Medicine, Department of Ophthalmology in Singapore, but also from the Singapore Eye Research Institute. So the main point of this lecture would be to discuss time outdoors, but also to show you some of the data that we have in our animal research and how we translated the data related to light and exposure to light when it comes to myopia prevention and control. So I think a lot of the speakers have already addressed this point, but why are we interested in myopia? If you look at myopia, it's just most of it is due to the increase or the fast elongation of the axial length of the eye, leading to light and the image being formed in front of the retina appearing blurry. But the main reason why myopia is more than an inconvenience, it's because it affects over 2 billion individuals worldwide, especially in Asia. It's of epidemic magnitudes. Let me give you numbers from Singapore. 27.8% of 7-year-olds in Singapore are myopic, and over 81% of young adults in Singapore are myopic. The onset of myopia in Singapore and a lot of parts of Asia is so early, and we now know that the earlier the onset of myopia, the higher the risk of high myopia, and therefore the higher risk of other complications associated with high myopia, like retinal detachment or glaucoma. So the goal today is, if we can't stop the onset of myopia, can we at least push it and delay it as much as possible to at least prevent high myopia and associated complications? So to try and stop myopia, we have to understand risk factors, and I'm sure speakers before me addressed this. Of course, genetics are risk factors for myopia. If both parents are myopic, the child has a high risk of becoming myopic. However, genetics alone can't explain the fast increase and the increase in the prevalence over the past years of myopia, again, especially in Asia. So there must be an environmental component leading to myopia onset and progression. Of course, the first one would be near work. The more a child does near work, the higher the risk of becoming myopic. But also over the past few years, we've understood and now admitted that reduced time outdoors can lead to myopia. Let me show you this graph that I like from a study from Rose and colleague in 2008. It shows that if a child does a lot of near work, and spends a low amount of time outdoors, they have an increased odd ratio of developing myopia. However, if the child still does a lot of near work, but does spend a lot of time outdoors, they're in a way not at risk, not at least an increased risk of developing myopia. And today we know that there's a 2% reduction in the risk of myopia for every additional hour of time spent outdoors. Now, why is time outdoors protective against myopia? There are multiple features of outdoors that can be protective. And to be honest, until today, we still don't fully understand why outdoors is protective. But here are some of the information from the literature that we think is linked to the protective effect of outdoors. Increased spatial frequency. So the spatial frequency of images that you see outdoors are much different from what you would see indoors. They're higher, and in a way, this is, for example, a study from Flitcroft and colleagues. These are natural sceneries in Botswana, in Africa. Compared to indoor in Texas, you have a reduction in the spatial frequency to an extent where it starts mimicking form deprivation that we use in animals to develop myopia. The other protective aspect of time outdoors is that there's, of course, a reduction in the amount of near work done, but also a reduction in peripheral hyperopic defocus. Now, my team and I work on light, so we also know, and we are studying the effect, the changes, or the differences between light outdoors and indoors. Light outdoors, one, is much, much brighter than indoors. For example, even if you're watching this webinar from a very well lit office around 500 lux, you would still be receiving at least 10 to 100 times less light than if you're outdoors, even on a rainy day or on a cloudy day. And we now know, if you want to see this more pictorial figure that we've recently published, this is sunlight. This is a spectral power distribution of sunlight. And if you want to see the power of indoor light, it's the blue line right here. So again, outdoors intensity and illuminance is much higher than indoors. In fact, even if a child goes out wearing sunglasses and wearing a cap, they still receive more illuminance or more light outdoors compared to indoors. So higher light levels are protective, or the characteristics of daylight are protective against myopia onset. And we now know from chickens and also monkey studies and different animal models that the brighter the light levels, the more the animals are protected against myopia onset. And these studies were mostly done with 5 to 6 hours of bright light. We also know that there's an association with the daily light exposure to bright light and axial length. In fact, the brighter the exposure or the higher the exposure to light, the less the axial length increases and the less myopic young adults are. But this is a very nice study that was published recently in ophthalmology, showing again that the brighter the light levels, and this study's characteristic, it was done with objective light trackers. So the brighter the light levels, the more reduced the incidence, the 2-year myopia incidence. Similarly, the more time children spent outdoors, the more the incidence is reduced when it comes to myopia. So again, what we advise today is, as you know, 2 hours outdoors, and studies have tried to bring the characteristics or the brightness of sunlight indoors. This is a school-based study where they increased light in classrooms for up to 500 to 600 lux, and they found that after 1 year, there's a reduction in the myopic shift, a reduction in axial elongation, and reduction in new onset myopia. And this study also mimics what others have found, that additional time outdoors, either through recess or classes outdoors, can also reduce the new onset myopia. So what are we trying to do? Well, in Singapore, we have 2 animal models that we work with, rhesus macaques and chickens. This study in rhesus macaques, we try to figure out whether we can, instead of sending a child outdoors for 2 hours straight, can you break these 2 hours into intermittent exposures to bright light and still have a protective effect against myopia. So we did this first study in rhesus macaque looking to optimize the pattern of exposure to bright light. We put a helmet on the rhesus macaque. One eye is form deprived, that eye develops myopia. We keep the helmet for 154 days. And this is a study led by Dr. Murali. And every 2 weeks, we do eye assessments. And these animals were exposed to either standard indoor light, 140 lux of light, versus another pattern of light, which is intermittent exposure to bright light. So 11,000 lux, 1 hour of 11,000 lux every 2 hours of standard indoor light. And of course, we have the capability at the Singapore Eye Research Institute to do all the eye examinations that we do in humans. We have the capability to do it in non-human primate and even in chickens. So we did axial length, refraction, OCT, OCTA, and so forth. And here are the results. These are the eyes that were form deprived. This is axial length compared to the control eye. Here at 0, you see all these form deprived eyes increased in axial length. You see a nice myopic shift in these eyes and a nice choroidal thinning. Now in the animals exposed to intermittent bright light, we didn't see any increase in axial length. We stopped myopia development and we prevented choroidal thinning. And if we look at day 56 more specifically, this is an eye, axial length of an eye that is form deprived, developing myopia. You have an increase in axial length. Eyes exposed to intermittent bright light actually had shorter axial length and were slightly hyperopic. But this is 4 times 1 hour, so 4 hours intermittently per day. We shortened that duration to 15 minutes times 4 per day, and we found that shorter duration of intermittent bright light per day is enough to at least delay myopia development. So the take-home message from this study is that daily exposure to 4 hours of intermittently delivered bright light is sufficient to totally stop the onset of myopia, and potentially shorter durations of intermittently delivered bright light can also be sufficient to slow or delay the development of myopia in non-human primates. And this fits well with a recent publication showing that the pattern of bright light exposure matter, and we need at least 15 minutes of light of no less than 2000 lux. So what do we do with these studies? We developed an application to help parents know when they need to take their kids outdoors. This is called Light Up. It's it's a combination of a light sensor plus machine learning. And it basically would tell a parent, hey, your child has spent 56 minutes in outdoor today, take them out for another 64. Or it will tell the parents, good job, your child has spent 2 hours or more outdoors today. So this is to induce a behavior change in parents to take their children outdoors. So to sum up, let me talk about another portion quickly. Why is time outdoors protective against light? One more aspect of light, it's the spectral composition of light. These are measurements of sunlight. You can see a nice full spectrum, but as soon as you start getting indoors, you end up with these LED lights that don't look anything like sunlight when it comes to spectral distribution. And we believe that the spectrum plays a protective role against myopia, but how can we bring or replicate the spectrum of sunlight indoors? So we've actually worked with a company to test LEDs that mimic sunlight, and we found in chickens that using these LEDs that mimic sunlight compared to fluorescent light that you see here in red, we can actually improve and accelerate the emmetropization of the eye in the chicken after they've actually became myopic. And this spectral change of light indoor totally changed and affected the metabolomic profile in the eye of chickens. So take home message number 2, using ceiling lights that mimic the spectrum of sunlight can help maintain emmetropia and prevent myopia. So I think you already know that myopia is more than just an inconvenience, but based on our studies, intermittent exposure to bright light can offer a more effective and feasible approach for myopia prevention and control. And optimizing the spectral composition of indoor light can offer a passive, safe, and scalable approach for myopia prevention, either at schools, at homes, and other places. And this is why we're now conducting a randomized control trial where we change the spectrum and pattern of light exposure in children, either through changing light in classrooms or giving parents access to light up. And so the goal, of course, is to optimize light exposure to prevent myopia in a scalable manner. In addition to this, we have a lot of outreach exercises to teach parents and help them understand how to stop myopia in their children and the importance of time outdoors and light exposure. So feel free to scan this, and you can have access to our story on Regal's mission for clear vision that we pass to parents and children in Singapore. So with that, I thank you for your attention. This is my team in the Eye and Brain Research Group at NUS and SERI, and these are our collaborators and our funding agencies. So happy to take any questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raymond, for this insightful session. Moving on to our next speaker, Dr. Kevin. He is going to take us through childhood myopia and early intervention. Over to you, Dr. Kevin.
Thank you so much. So let me share my screen. All right. Thank you so much for the invitation and the kind introduction for my talk today. My name is Kevin Chan. I am the Senior Clinical Director and Principal Optometrist in Treehouse Eyes. I'm currently based in Virginia in the United States. So thank you again for the opportunity to participate in the UF forum. And this is one of the biggest myopia conclave event I've ever been, so I'm really honored to be part of this. Let's get started. I'm pretty sure that many of you have heard about, a lot of principles and theory about myopia and the pathogenesis of myopia. So for this particular section, I would like to introduce you about why myopia really matters and how does it apply to your day-to-day practice. So probably you have heard, many of you have heard about the general and overall prevalence of childhood myopia and how it actually affect the public health concern and how we should raise the public awareness for myopia management. Later on, we're going to dive into specific about how we see myopia management as a paradigm shift. And later on, we'll introduce about the axial link and how we apply axial link into our day-to-day practice using a clinical-based model. And many of you probably have heard, myopia may not matter from a parent perspective because my kid is just a -1, and he or she is still pretty young, and you don't have to worry about myopia that much. That's most of the time I hear from a parent perspective. However, when you step back a little bit, take a look at a national or even global perspective, back in 2020, when you first start, at the peak of the pandemic, so we're seeing that about 23%, which is approximately 1.4 billion people worldwide, are having myopia. And at that time, it's projected by 2050, it's nearly 50% of the global population will become myopic. Back then, I think many of you, including myself, were thought, oh, it's only 50 years later. But fast forward, we're already 2025. We're halfway through already. So this number is not going to stop. And when we look at the population in the United States alone, there's been nearly 66% increase in the US population having myopia in the past 30 years. Specifically, patients who are of Asian or Southeast Asian descent, especially in Hong Kong, China, Taiwan, Singapore, even South Korea, okay, they have one of the highest prevalence of myopia worldwide. And one thing to keep in mind is that when we evaluate, myopia is considered as a progressive disease, and many of them, would never stop or being stable, at young age. Specifically, when patients already develop myopia, chances are they would most likely develop high myopia during adolescence or teenage year. So as you can see, there's multiple statistics right here. And you can see that, by decreasing every diopter of myopia, you're actually able to decrease the risk of developing ocular comorbidity, including retinal detachment, glaucoma substantially. So as I prepare for this talk, I'm very curious about, how different geography matters, when it comes to the prevalence of myopia. Specifically for the Mediterranean area, we're seeing that, this is not something we can be immune from. When we look at the meta-analysis from 27 study from the 13 different countries just in the Mediterranean area, we're seeing that, myopia has been very prevalent, and nearly 5% of those school-age children already develop myopia. And specifically, when we look at, fast forward when it comes to adulthood, this problem is getting more substantial. Nearly 27% of those patients, who have early onset of myopia had, eventually become highly myopic. And over 60% of those population were associated with some sort of uncorrected refractive error. So as you can see, there's so many stuff we have to do, and there's still stuff we need to do, because there's a greater need for public health initiative in order to know how to allocate the resources and be able to, deliver the appropriate care for our patient, especially when they're young. Many of you are aware of, the risk associated with high myopia, and I'm not going to elaborate further. But the take-home message from this is that myopia is not just about the visual or optical nuisance, as many speakers have mentioned about. Myopia collectively is a public health burden. What I mean by that is, when you look at the direct cost of myopia correction, this is just about this cost of, buying spectacle, buying all sorts of contact lenses, or prescribing atropine. Patients have to pay for those medication, in a very substantial long period of time during childhood. On the other hand, there's also an indirect cost incurred due to myopia prevalence. As many of you understand that, myopia could be very inconvenient. I myself is a -5. And I understand when I wake up in the morning, I totally lose track of my sight because I couldn't find my glasses. So imagine how many kids who are waking up in the morning and they are not able to find the glasses or not be able to see well clearly. So as they grow up, in the childhood or even early adulthood, we're potentially seeing a lot of gradual loss of productivity. Specifically, a number of studies have found that by the year 2050, the loss of productivity can be projected up to $230 billion at that time. And functionally, we also look at it in a different perspective where, the children may have different sorts of visual demand and physical demand. Some of them are outgoing, some of them are very physically athletic. Having myopia have a really implication in terms of the impairment of quality of life, as well as affecting the long-term occupation, especially if they are going to the military or aviation. So these are the occupations that could be pose a big threat or deterrent, from entering. And when it comes to the prevalence of myopia, we understand that this shift is going to be transitional, and the overall shift is considered is a really seismic shift. What I mean by that is that when we evaluate myopia back then, we're seeing that myopia is just a visual nuisance. We can use just, optical device, prescribing glasses, or conventional contact lenses. But nowadays, we're actually able to transcend this type of paradigm practice into more like a physiological disturbance, because when we understand myopia in terms of axial length, this axial length changes is recognized as a physiological disturbance due to the equilibrium of ocular development. And in fact, according to the World Council of Optometry, back in 2022, they have reached a global consensus that myopia management should be considered as a standard of care. Specifically, they're looking into 3 different pillars in the standard of care. First is the mitigation, knowing how to, provide education to patient and the parent, what about myopia is, and, how it actually impacts their social life and daily life. Second, as a clinician, we also need to be aware and cognizant about how to measure myopia objectively using clinical and data evidence-based study. And particularly, we have to utilize optical biometry, using those measurements to evaluate axial length so that we know how to gauge the treatment progress. Last but not least, is about the management. As we know, myopia management is a collective term, a holistic term to describe everything from, going outside, spending more time outdoor, doing the right thing in terms of treatment modality. It's not just about controlling, how eyes are getting worse. It's about a collective measure and action in order to help them understand this is a implication that exceed beyond, just the glasses itself. So again, mitigation, measurement, and management. As I alluded earlier, Axolane has been considered as a new global standard, for treating myopia. Something to take home is that, Axolane actually changed a little early before the refractive change occurs. Specifically, the change is not linear compared to the refractive error changes. And when we look at patients who are Asian descent, they tend to demonstrate the fastest or most rapid growth when they're at a younger age. And most of the time it happens, when it happened right before myopia actually first started. So if you were able to catch myopia before the onset of myopia happening, meaning they would not pass the line of ametropization, that's great, because that's actually the period of time where myopia happened the most rapid phase. Using Axolane measurement can also be a great resources because it provides a more precise and reproducible data so that, we can actually interpret the data more objectively, so that we also can, help facilitate patient education and communication. I typically would recommend, clinicians to use the physical growth and height chart as an analogy, so that we understand that, oh, your child's eyes are getting longer or not in a typical pace. If your eyes is getting stretched out or faster, that is something that we need to intervene earlier. Interesting finding is that Axolane has some potential implication with seasonal and diurnal variation. But for the sake of time, we don't have much time to dive into the specific detail. And as we all know, the longer the Axolane, the more likely the odds ratio will be higher in terms of the visual impairment. A lot of patients, when they grow older, their chance of getting Axolane elongation will also be substantially higher. So you can see on the chart on the right, by the time they're reaching 30 millimeter or greater, the chances of getting visual impairment, will be higher than 90%. So many patient or parent ask me, how much screen time should my kid have? That's a really, fundamental question I encounter on a day-to-day basis. Looking into the latest data, in a meta-analysis showing that about 45 study looking into over 335,000 subjects. The mean age is about 9.3 years old. And what the study have found that for every increase of digital screen time, it has been associated with about 21% higher odds of myopia development. Specifically, it is a dose-dependent response, meaning the longer you spend time on a screen, the more likely you will have a chance of developing myopia or actually accelerate the growth of myopia. So the take-home message for my patient and your patient as well is that we want to advocate, the screen time should be no more than an hour per day, if possible. For the sake of time, and I'm sure there will be plenty of great lectures coming up, particularly looking into this specific treatment modality, I will just briefly go over what I have been doing on a day-to-day basis, at least in the US, including orthokeratology, soft multifocal contact lenses, atropine. Unfortunately, right now, we don't have a myopia spectacle available in the US because it's still FDA pending for approval. And one thing that I want to have you keep in mind is that Orthoke is really good because it provides the most robust data in terms of slowing down the axial elongation. However, many controversy have still been lingering about the optical size, differences. Many studies have found that smaller the optic zone size, the better the myopia control will be. But it is partially true, but it may not explain for all patients how it actually apply to every single patient in all population. So in terms of the soft multifocal contact lenses, there are many different designs that could be available for treating myopia. Specifically, I like to use a distance center zone design. And there's also multiple type of design known as the extended depth of focus, that has been very effective in slowing the axial elongation. When it comes to atropine drops, there are many different variations of the strength that we can use. Typically, I would start at the 0.025 to 0.05, subject to the patient's specific risk profile. For example, for young kids who are Asian, having strong family history of myopia, and they are having sedentary lifestyle, I typically would start with a higher percentage of 0.05%. And be aware that because atropine drop can be dose dependent, and so that means, the higher the percentage you're using, the more likely you have a chance of getting side effects such as photosensitivity or accommodation issue at the beginning. And last but not least is about myopia spectacle. For those of you who are elsewhere worldwide, you definitely have a chance and a luxury of prescribing those myopia spectacle for your patients. Just be aware how to, cater specific patient's need, just because, the frame size and the height size can also matter when it comes to how to deliver the precise focal point for our patient. So the take-home message is that regardless of what type of treatment modality you're using, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. You really have to tailor-made for specific treatment patient risk profile, including age, gender, age of onset, and progression rate at the rate of diagnosis. So to summarize, I want to bring this quote to your attention, and this is one of my favorite quotes when it comes to clinical practice. It says, "One of the greatest enemy to vision is sight," by Miles Maroon. So the way I interpret is that, we all, as a clinician, we all provide, the opportunity to see better for our patient. This is the aspect of providing better sight for our patient. But when it comes to myopia management, we have to look beyond the premise of sight. In fact, we need to look beyond the vision as well, because without the vision, sight doesn't mean anything. So you really have to look past, the visual correction, but bring better chances and opportunity for providing better vision for life for our next generation. Thank you so much for your attention and your participation there. I'll pass it back on to the moderator.
Thank you. I think you can see my presentation already. I'm going to present on myopia progression in adults. As you have seen for most of the presentations today, all the experts talked about myopia, especially in children. But my presentation today will focus on myopia progression in adults. So we know that most cases of myopia develop in childhood, and some of the cases in adolescence as well. And we also expect that there is a stabilization of the refractive error when we reach young adulthood. This is because the eye growth started to cease, or the growth is much slower than a child. So there have been many studies emerging. They are challenging this notion of stabilization, which means that some adults, especially some young adults, they continue to experience some myopia progression. So in my presentation today, I will explore the evidence on adult myopia progression. I'm also going to speak about prevalence, risk factors, and implications for clinical management. So here I'm showing some of the results that we have that have been published on adult myopia progression. We know that just the fewest studies are reporting on risk factors for myopia incidence and progression in adulthood. So one of the studies, which is very recent, it is a study from Brennan et al. So the authors reported that there is a shift of about -1 diopter in individuals aged 20 to 15 years. And these individuals are from the USA, Germany, and Japan. They also found that there is greater progression with higher baseline myopia and age. There is also a very interesting study published very recently in the journal Ophthalmology Science from European adults. And this study collected data from Irish optometric practice, and they found that around 10% of young adults still progress at least 1 diopter over the 3 years of follow-up that was the period in the study. They also found that around 2.4% developed high myopia. There are some studies reporting that there is a decrease in myopia progression with age, and most individuals will in fact experience myopia stabilization by young adults. Nevertheless, there are studies also showing that some individuals still progress. So I like to show this study from Singapore, from our colleague Lilian Fu, that shown that when they looked into myopes and they looked into the period from adolescence to adulthood over a period of 10 years, they found that progression was minus 0.04. And they also found that 82% had myopia stabilization. For them, myopia stabilization was defined at less than 1 diopter over 10 years. So most of them stabilized. They also found that male gender was 2 times more likely to achieve myopia stabilization, and non-Chinese ethnicities were more likely to achieve myopia stabilization, which is expected. As we know, there is higher progression in Asians. So let me now show you what we have been preparing. I'm going to present data from our study. The manuscript is under review. This is a study on incidence and progression of myopia in Iranian adults from the Sharon Eye Cohort study. This study, I'm going to highlight some of the most important results. The aim of our study was to describe the 10-year incidence of myopia. We also looked into changes in ocular biometry. We collected data in older adults, and we also wanted to know risk factors for myopia. Before I present the data from our study, I also want to acknowledge the work of all our co-authors, as you can see here from this slide. So moving on to the methods of our study. So the Sharon Eye Cohort study is a prospective single-center cohort study. It was conducted in Iran. We have data from baseline, and we also have data from a second follow-up. So our assessments were conducted in 2009 and also in 2019. So we also have a period of 10 years to look into what happened to those individuals. So at the baseline assessment, we collected data in 5,000 over participants. We also wanted to know how many individuals had data, refractive data from both visits, and this was available for 3,000 over adults. Our main outcomes were incidence of myopia. We also wanted to look into the change in spherical equivalent and also the change in axial length. So let's look into the results and what we found. First, let's talk about the 10-year incidence of myopia. To analyze the incidence of myopia, what we did was to only look into the participants without myopia at baseline, because we wanted to know how many developed myopia in the 10-year period. So we found that the incidence of myopia in individuals aged from 40 to 64 years was low, only 4.6%. We also wanted to know the risk factors that were associated with development of myopia during this period. So we found that higher AL at baseline, male sex, and also the age group of 45 to 49 compared with younger age. Another thing that we wanted to see was the 10-year myopic shift. So in our case, we defined a myopic shift as minus 0.50 or more. Here we looked into all of the individuals independently of the refractive error, and we also included all eyes. So we had 6,000 eyes, and we found that 6.8 of them had a myopic shift. We also wanted to know the risk factors for the myopic shift. So we found that similar to the results in the myopia incidence, the risk factors were having higher AL at baseline, being a male, and also age. But in addition, we also found 2 more factors. So lower economic status was also related with the shift, and also baseline spherical equivalent. Here in this graph, which is very interesting, showing the SE changes in all participants, you can see that we found that the SE changes were mostly on the hyperepic side, So this is what we found in the participants. You can see that there is a change in SE towards the hyperopic side, and the change increases until we reach the 50-54 years group, and then it starts to decrease. You can also see males and females. Females are the red ones, while the males are the blue. And you can see that females have higher hyperopic changes compared to males. And you can also see that they have these higher SE changes in those two groups from 45 to 54. Let's look into the changes of AL. So here we can see the AL changes, and you can see a pattern of increase in AL, and then it slows in the 55 to 59 years, and then there is an increase again. We can also see that there is a sharp decrease here in this group, and we can see also that here some males have a negative growth, which approaches 0, in some cases a negative values. It's also important to look into analysis of only myopic eyes. So in these two graphs, we looked into myopic eyes at baseline based on the cycloplegic refraction of minus 0.5. So yes, as you can see, even in myopic eyes, it seems that the mean changes are positive. There is an increase that goes up higher here to 50-54 years, and then it starts to decline, but still is a positive change. And then on the right side, you can see the actual length, and we see the same thing. There is an increase of mean change of AL, and then it starts to decline here. And on the last age group, 60 to 64, we see another small increase. So we found that the change in SE in this group of only myopic eyes was positive, 0.26 diopters, and the actual elongation was only 0.04 millimeters. We also wanted to know how many of those eyes have experienced a shift of 0.25, and we found that around 20% of the eyes experienced this shift. On the other side, we also wanted to know how many develop an hyperopic shift of at least 1 diopter in this 10-year period, and it was about 9.2%. So it's very interesting to see, comparing to other studies in young adults, that we observed the general trend towards hyperopia with age. We also found that females showed a greater progression towards hyperopia compared to males. Looking into studies of young adults where we still see progression on the negative side of the myopic side, we have data from Australia, for example, showing an incidence of myopia of 14%. We also have data from Europe showing that young adults have an incidence of 28.5. But please consider that our study was done in much older adults. So it seems that there is a plateau effect between 45 and 54, where we can see that it seems that the refractive error has stabilized in older age groups. However, it's also important to note that we found a small proportion of eyes that continue to progress during the 4th and 6th decade of life. So this has implications for our clinical practice. Although we know that most subjects will stabilize, there is some groups or small group that will continue to progress. So we need to take care of those eyes that are still progressing at this point. So the key message of my presentation are to continue monitoring. We have to look into childhood, of course, but also think about the continuum and think about what happens at the end of this continuum, especially in young adulthood and older adults. Another important thing which ties a bit with the presentation of Kevin is to look into actual elongation. It remains a key indicator even in older participants. And also, it's important for us to look into myopia control interventions. We know that most of the interventions are focused on children and pediatric populations, and their potential application in adults remain underexplored. So there is more that we can do in terms of research, because we need to develop effective strategies for long-term myopia management. So we need to address myopia progression behind childhood as well. And this is because we want to reduce the incidence of vision-threatening conditions associated with high myopia, and also to improve visual outcomes for adults worldwide. I want to thank everyone for listening to my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Kevin, for this wonderful talk. Let's move on to our panel discussion now. And for this, I would like to hand the session over to Ms. Carla Lanka. She shall be moderating the panel discussion. Over to you, Ms. Carla.
So let's start the panel discussion now. First of all, I want to congratulate both speakers. Very interesting presentations. I want to start with Ray. I have many questions, Raymond, but let's see if we have time to discuss. The first of all is it's very interesting to see your studies in intermittent exposure. So you found that 15 minutes, periods of 4 hours of 15 minutes. So we are talking about 15 minutes multiplied by 4. This is about 1 hour of exposure. How do you think this would translate to children and the recommendations for outdoor time?
Thanks, Carla. It's a very difficult question to answer, you know that, right? Because we're taking it from, I mean, we started taking it from chickens all the way to monkeys, and I think we have to wait a little bit until the clinical trial is done to see if it translates well to children. One way we can translate it to children is to advise parents to, you know, to find breaks to take the kids out, or ask the kids themselves to find breaks to go out intermittently, so they don't need, you know, Singapore, for example, is very hot. It's quite tough to go out for 2 hours straight, or even 1 hour straight, or even 45 minutes straight, but it's feasible to go out 15 minutes in different bouts. So it's a matter of changing a habit, right? So if you can do something next to a window, you may even get enough light. So 15 minutes next to a window is better than totally and fully indoors. So that's, I think, what the advice currently we can give while waiting for the end of the clinical trial.
Thank you, Ray. I have other questions, but I will ask Kevin first, and then if you have time, we will discuss more. Kevin, excellent presentation as well. I was very interested in when you said atropine, you explained why when you choose 0.05. I wonder, when do you use 1%?
Yeah, thanks, Carla. So typically, I would reserve the 1%, full 1% atropine for a really severe case, particularly when they display multiple strong risk profile, you know, when they develop myopia before the age of 6, have strong families from myopia, both parents are over -5, and the axial length changes has been substantial, then those things would be considered as the, you know, the great criteria for us to determine, you know, is a 1% too strong or appropriate for the patient. But realistically, I haven't done a lot of 1% for my patient, mainly because it does come with some potential adverse effect, and I do need to let the patient know that they may experience some sort of light sensitivity, and accommodation can also be compromised at some point. So, but the good news is that for those patients who I prescribe at 1% atropine, I don't have to do it too regularly. I usually just spare them for like a 1 drop, you know, once or twice a day. Sorry, 1 drop once or twice a week max. It's very sparingly in order to minimize the adverse side effect.
Do you also use it in syndromic situations?
In some cases, yes, I do. You know, particularly when patients who have been diagnosed with Marfan syndrome, Stickler syndrome, those is considered outlier. And honestly, we don't have a specific consensus of protocol how to treat those patients. But, you know, anecdotally, we're seeing that, you know, patients with syndromic myopia tend to respond to 1%, full 1% pretty well, pretty effectively.
Thank you so much. I think we reached the end of the time of discussion. I have many questions which I will do offline with both of you. And thank you so much for the excellent presentations.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
Our next session is by EssilorLuxottica. We are honored to have Mr. Johnny Rashid from EssilorLuxottica. He is a business brand manager for the GCC. Today, he'll be giving us a briefing on Essilor's latest developments and insights. Please join me in welcoming him. Over to you, Mr. Johnny.
Hello all. First, allow me to thank everyone who's joining this amazing event by United Optometry Forum, and I would love to thank all the speakers that have shared really valuable information regarding myopia and all the myopia management techniques that are being used, and all the research advancement in research across the globe that are really working into getting better results and better solution for kids and now even adults with Dr. Carla Lanza in the new research solutions. So allow me to share my screen. I'm introducing a bit EssilorLuxottica to the GCC market. As EssilorLuxottica is very well known globally as the pioneer in eyewear and the number one spectacle lens provider in the world. We have currently launched our medical department, where we are reaching out to most of you guys as clinical optometrists and researchers in the region, as we are building up our medical community in the region, especially for myopia management. I personally, I am leading a team of people who are currently trying to reach out to every one of you. So feel free to share your contacts with us. I will be sharing my contacts in a bit to be able to work together on providing better solutions for every single person present in this region. I will share a small video that will actually show a bit of history of EssilorLuxottica with what we are providing.
We are EssilorLuxottica, a global leader in world-class vision care products, offering iconic eyewear, advanced lens technology, and cutting-edge digital solutions. As a vertically integrated, open network company, we partner with every player to deliver the next generation of care to consumers and patients. We stand boldly at the intersection of multiple categories, from medtech and digital to luxury, and now hearing solutions. We are a diverse and inclusive community with over 200,000 talented employees in 150 countries, driven by our common mission to help people to see more and be more. With a portfolio of over 150 unique brands, we are home to the most loved and recognized vision care and eyewear brands in the world. And through our network of 18,000 stores worldwide and more than 300,000 third-party locations, ranging from independent opticians to optical retail chains, we offer consumers high-quality eye care and a best-in-class shopping experience. Innovative thinking is our driving force. From revolutionary digital optometry and telemedicine to AI and big data, we are moving the industry into a new era of interconnectivity and intelligence, making vision care a gateway into a new world of possibilities. Together, we'll continue to protect and frame the beauty of the most precious gift, our eyes. See more, be more. EssilorLuxottica.
Thank you for seeing this video. It's merely to actually give a briefing of our history and what we are doing in the world. Of course, we are very well known in the retail stores, and we would love to be known within the medical industry. I will be sharing my, I don't know why I'm out of this.
Can you please reshare?
Yes, I'm sharing again. So regarding our topic that we are talking about myopia with this amazing myopia conclave session that you guys are leading, we have started working on myopia progression since the 80s, where we supported clinical trials and we looked into the progressive addition of lenses for myopia control. Then in 1999, we had our first R&D myopia task force from our initial company that was Essilor in charge of lenses in France. And we pioneered the first retail access for myopia with the previous PAL progressive lenses were done in China on myopia control. And then we increased our involvement in the R&D in Singapore that reached the introduction of our Myopia-focused lenses, which were actually being sold till not a very far time here in the GCC, that were really getting a good result on myopia management, but of course not as good result of the defocus lenses or the volume or the peripheral defocus lenses spectacles. We continued working on that until we reach in 2023, where Essilor Stellest lenses are available in more than 30 countries, and we unveiled in 2023 our 4-year clinical trial results of Essilor at ARVO and other global references. I will leave the scientific speech to my colleague in the auditorium too, for more details on the scientific data, on the actual description of the Stellest lens and how it works, and what are the results of our latest clinical research. I would love you to attend this session. And here are my contacts. Please feel free to reach out to me at any time, and for any question regarding Stellest in myopia management or any of our solutions from lenses or even instruments for your clinics. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnny, for taking us through EssilorLuxottica's journey. Now, I would request Mr. Neeraj to take over the next session, please. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Happy World Optometry Day. I'm Neeraj Dabral. I'm glad to be part of United Optometry Forum's advisory panel. I help optical businesses grow through empowered teams. I have been a trainer, business leader, and an entrepreneur. I'm sure this Myopia Conclave is a learning experience for all of us. I'm excited to host this session titled The Complete Myopia Control Toolbox, Best Practices and Protocols. Without further ado, I would like to invite our first guest speaker, Katie Gerati, who is an optometrist and research coordinator at Moorfields Eye Hospital, Dubai. She would speak about exploring optical and non-optical strategies for myopia control. Over to you, Katie.
Sorry, I'm just jumping on. Good evening, everybody. So let me just share my screen. So I'm going to talk to you again about optical and non-optical interventions in myopia management. I fear some of the information I'm going to give you, you may have already come across already this evening. However, we're going to crush it into one space and hopefully we'll take something away from it. Sharing my screen and continue to share. Are we seeing that in presenter mode or are we okay? Can I just get confirmation that you're seeing it as a presentation, not in presenter mode as I have it?
It's not in the slide mode.
It's
Slide
not in
share? No, it's not in the slide share.
So you're just seeing it as a normal presentation, not as presenter view?
No, it's
Yes.
a presenter preview. It's changed. We are seeing a presenter preview, so you need to change the.
Okay. Well, we shall just make do without presenter view. That is fine. Continue to share. Okay. So let's have a quick look. I'll just jump straight in. Without dwelling too much on the risk factors of myopia, we're all very familiar with a lot of this information, but just to run through them again very quickly there. So non-modifiable risk factors. So gender, so females more than males. This is quite interesting because there's actually more men than women in the world. So it's a little bit interesting that women are more inclined to be myopic. However, women do tend to perform better academically. So we can presume that the women are, or females are spending more time doing close work and things like that at a younger age. Ethnicity I always find quite interesting. So Southeast Asia, so we know this, East Asia, Southeast Asia. But is it actually purely a genetic thing, or is it because, again, these kids are under duress to kind of perform better at school, education-wise? Also, there's evidence to support a link between secondhand smoke and myopia. And again, China has the highest prevalence of smoking in the world as well. So maybe it goes a little bit further than just genetics. I think there's a lot of other things we can look at as well. Parental myopia, and you know, you're more likely if a parent is, and even more so if a sibling is. I'm one of 5, and all 5 of us are myopic. Birth, so babies born prematurely. Also in the treatment you have if you have retinopathy of prematurity. So I'm sure many of you are aware that those who are treated with laser tend to develop much higher myopia than those who are treated with anti-VEGF. Now, modifiable risk factors, again, this is the stuff, our bread and butter, the time outdoors, near work, and educational pressures. So I think about myopia, you know, I'm 10 years since I was in university, and when I was in university, we weren't really talking a lot about myopia. And I think we kind of skipped a step in understanding what's happening to the retina. We understand it's getting bigger, or the eye is getting longer, but do we know really what's happening? So I just want to kind of put in a little scientific slide, if you don't mind. So form deprivation and retinal defocus trigger a signaling cascade that causes cellular and biochemical changes to the retina and the RPE. So these signals are transmitted via the choroid, and it leads to alterations in the scleral extracellular matrix synthesis. So essentially, it's changing the biomechanical properties of the sclera, okay? The choroid then also plays a very active role in emmetropization. The choroid, so I have a slide on this later on as well, but just in terms of how the choroid thickness can change and what can change that. So the scleral extracellular matrix, so basically when the biochemical properties are changing of the sclera, then we're having that axial elongation happening. And what is causing that? So influencing factors include peripheral retinal defocus, accommodation, high order aberrations, circadian rhythms, which I'll talk on as well. I know it was mentioned earlier, light intensity and spectral composition, and overstimulation of retinal off pathways, which I will touch on. So hopefully I haven't lost anyone too far with that. But the point is, it's a cycle, right? So everything has a knock-on effect in what's happening, okay? Now, so in terms of the interventions we're pretty used to, I know the last group talked quite a bit about atropine, and I won't dwell on these too much because I know there's separate talks happening for a lot of this information. But what we do know is from the LAMP and the ATOM studies is that the 0.05% and the 0.1% are kind of the best in terms of managing myopia with the least amount of side effects. I know that in practice, we're only currently prescribing 0.01%. I do believe 0.025% is coming into the fold pretty soon, hopefully, and we'll look forward to reporting some results from that. Obviously, we've got orthokeratology. So again, orthokeratology is not something I practice particularly, but I've got many colleagues who do and have great success with it. But what we do know about it is we're approximately reducing axial length growth by 0.25 millimeters over 2 years. And then there's always those questions about rebound or the risk of microbial keratitis, okay? But again, I know there's another separate talk on orthokeratology, so I won't dwell on that too much. Our friends, the spectacle lenses, which I think is what we're probably most familiar with in a lot of this. So we've got lots of different designs, our DIMS, CARE, HALT, DOT. So in terms of the DIMS lenses, we can see there's two projects here. One is on the one on the left-hand side there is over 2 years, and on the right is over 6 years. So without kind of probing it too much, I'll just go to the file on the right with the 6-year study. So group 1 in blue is the people who wore the DIMS lenses from the start of the project to the end of the project, okay? And group 4 is the red line, and they wore the DIMS lenses they wore single vision lenses, my apologies, for 2 years, and then they did 1.5 years of wearing DIMS, and then they went back into wearing single vision lenses. So what we can see there is they were having the axial elongation was happening with single vision lenses, give them the DIMS, things seem to stabilize, go back to single vision lenses, bam, we get axial elongation again, okay? So what I think is really important as optometrists is, this isn't just a once-off thing, we are kind of having our parents invest in their children for a number of years, because just to pay out for these optical lenses once, is not really going to cut it. It is going to be a case that we need to keep them in them for a period of time. With the CARE lenses, again, we just kind of have 1 year data from these guys, and again, all working very well in comparison against single vision lenses. The same can be said for the HALT lenses as well. So these are all working quite well. Now, dot lenses. If people are not super familiar with dot lenses work on a different theory. We're kind of looking more at contrast rather than looking at peripheral defocus, which we all know so much about. So we've always kind of talked about peripheral defocus and the lag of accommodation, but now there's more talk coming up about contrast. So the dot lenses haven't really taken off commercially, and I think because you can actually see the dots, whereas the DIMS and the CARE lenses and HALT is all very well blended in. This one's not so much. So I think as a child it'll be quite hard to wearing these. There's people will look at you and know that there's something different, or children will look at you and know there's something different about your glasses. But they have got very, very promising results. Now, so why contrast? What is it about contrast? So this is a really, really small project that they ran on 7 young adults, so not children. It's very much young adults, only one of which was East Asian ethnicity. The rest were Caucasian. And what it looked at is, so basically our visual system our visual pathways is kind of split into these on-off pathways, right? So just to prevent kind of like too much detail and too much information, our retina works on this on-off pathway. So some of the ganglion cells are on and some of them are off, okay? Now, what's interesting about this is when we overstimulate the off pathway, so this is where we read a black text on a white background, which is standard reading of a book, right? Particularly prolonged, like reading a novel, for example, let's say, as opposed to just reading a textbook at school. But in reading a novel, for example, we're looking at black text on a white background, and that is overstimulating our off pathway. So when we are overstimulating our off pathway, the choroid becomes thinner. Okay, and we know that the thickness of the choroid impacts the progression of myopia. So we're temporarily thinning the choroid when we're reading black on a white background. So I say temporarily, but we know ourselves, and me included, as a child, I would sit and I would read a book for 3-4 hours nonstop. It's not temporary. It's quite a prolonged period. So we're thinning the choroid for quite a long period of time. And then the reverse is true for when we're reading white text on a black background. So then the choroid actually thickens. So, the question could be, should we be telling parents that, as well as all the things, hold the book further away and take breaks and everything like that, should they maybe be using a Kindle and reversing the layout so it's a black background with a white text? Potentially. Again, this is only on 7 people, so we need to have a lot more studies need to go into this. But it's just quite an interesting view, and I think they say there's going to be a lot more coming through the woodwork with contrast and myopia. I hope you can follow along with that. It's a lot of black on white on black. And onward, so near work and outdoors again, Huang and Co in China. This is stuff we know very, very well. So the more time we spend holding things closer, continuous near work, and less time outdoors. Now, again, could we look at combining that with contrast? I think it really can get the mind going. And also dopamine, which I'll come on to in a moment. I know there was a chat earlier about sleep and the link of sleep with myopia, but I often think of when people say to me, what about blue light? What about blue light? This is all I ever talk about, okay? So the issue with blue light is it affects our circadian rhythm. So blue light, the greatest source of blue light is the sun, right? We're exposed to blue light all the time, at all times during the day, okay? But what deep in us, innately and embedded in our DNA, is we associate blue light with daytime, not nighttime. So when we're on those screens, our circadian rhythm is interpreting that as daytime, okay? And it's reducing our melatonin production, and it's going on then to cause problems with our sleep, so falling asleep and getting good quality sleep when we are asleep. And not only that, but we then know that the next day when these kids are lethargic, I mean, me included, we don't want to do anything the next day when we're tired, right? So what's the easiest thing to do? Pick up the iPad and sit on it, okay? So there's a lot to be said about how these things have a knock-on effect. But circadian rhythm is definitely the big issue there with the blue light. And this is the last part I'll talk on. I hope I'm doing okay for time. I think I'm okay for another 2 or 3 minutes. But dopamine, which I think is quite interesting. So dopamine helps control the growth of the eye's retina and the sclera, okay? So when light enters the eye, dopamine is released into the retina and it signals the eyes to stop growing too quickly. And it's in response to bright light exposure, okay? So dopamine helps by signaling the eye to maintain its normal shape and prevent excessive elongation, as I said. So how do we get dopamine? Naturally. Obviously, we don't want to be getting it artificially. So natural dopamine can have a huge impact on these things as well. So how do we get dopamine into the diet naturally? So protein in the diet, for one, reduction of the consumption of fatty foods, exercise, sleep, listening to music, sunlight exposure is there again. Okay, so not only is it the vitamin D, but we're getting dopamine from the sunlight exposure. And I think you can convince most kids to listen to music. I don't think that's going to be a problem. So hopefully, all that does is give you a bit of food for thought, maybe combines everything into one space to think about all the options we have for myopia management currently. I said, I feel like there's probably a bit of repetition. So hopefully there's something in there that you can take going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katie, for your enlightening presentation. I would like to now invite our next guest speaker, Ms. Irene Sophia Joseph. Irene is a specialist optometrist working with Genesis Healthcare Center in UAE. She will be talking about Orthokeratology Lenses for myopia correction and control. The floor is all yours, Irene.
Thank you, Neeraj. I'll straight away go share my presentation. Is that visible?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Team UOF, for the opportunity to speak today on World Optometry Day on Orthokeratology Lenses for myopia correction and control. I'm Irene Joseph. So let's begin with what is orthokeratology. It is simply the knowledge of making the cornea straight. So the definition of orthokeratology is not very different these days from what Kearns described it in 1976 as a reduction, modification, or elimination of refractive error by a programmed application of contact lenses. This very concept was explained by George Jessen in 1962 as orthofocus, where he used the then available PMMA lenses, fit them very flat, and what he achieved was when the lens was removed, the patient could see clearly for a couple of hours. And this method had very limited success and was eventually abandoned because of its unpredictable results and the amount of changes that happen with the cornea because of the lens material, punctate staining, edema, corneal abrasions, and the main reason being that the conventional lens design and material could not accommodate the physical changes that happen, and the benefit was very less compared to all the corneal damages that happen. After the 1980s, there was a comeback for Ortho-K lenses as accelerated Ortho-K, which is wearing them during the nighttime and removing them during day. So this was only possible because of the high decay materials, the availability of better lathing techniques, and corneal topographers. And most importantly, the design of the reverse geometry lens by Richard Vlodiger, which had a base curve that was flatter than the adjacent reverse curve. That's how a reverse geometry lens appears on the eye with fluorescent instilled. The central bearing is under the base curve, and the paracentral pooling is under the reverse curve, which is steeper. And the mid-peripheral bearing, again, is under the alignment curve, which is very useful for the centration of an Ortho-K lens. And the extreme peripheral thin line of pooling is under the peripheral curve. This helps in tear exchange and easy removal of the lens. So how does this lens work for myopia correction? So when a reverse geometry lens sits on the cornea, it doesn't press against the cornea directly. There's a thin layer of tear film between the lens and the cornea. And this tear lens is what applies the positive push force on the central cornea and negative pull force in the mid-periphery under the reverse curve. This helps in the redistribution of the epithelial cells and fluid. And when the lens sits like this on the cornea overnight and when it's removed in the morning, the cornea epithelium assumes the shape of this tear lens layer and hence helps in myopia correction during the day. Whom are these lenses indicated for? For myopia correction, it can be given for adults and for children, especially those who have an active lifestyle, if they're into sport, if they're traveling a lot, and for some people who do not want to have any optical device on them during the day. And also if they're contraindicated for some reason to wear lenses during the day, and if they become intolerant to soft lenses after many years of using them. And also for people who have concerns regarding refractive surgery. And for myopia control purpose, especially in children with progressive myopia or those with longer axial lengths. Age of the child depends on the motivation of the child and the child-parent dynamic, because using lenses in children, especially very young children, the parents need to be involved and their cooperation is very essential. Why myopia control in children? We've heard a lot this evening about the increased prevalence, not just in Asian countries, but also in the US. A recent study shows that 36% of the youth are already myopic. The Global Trend study by Professor Brian Holden and his team not just predicted the increased prevalence by 2050, but it also showed that children are becoming myopic at a very early age, and early onset leads to rapid myopia progression, which leads to higher levels of myopia. So high levels of myopia increases the risk for myopic pathology. So when does this become a concern for clinicians? We know that the untreated myopic eye grows by 0.2 millimeters every year. So anything more than this warrants myopia control intervention. Especially we need to be concerned when the myopia is more than 6 diopters or if the axial length is more than 26 millimeters. But studies also show that any level of myopia is a risk factor. The risk just increases with the increased level of myopia. This recent systematic review by Professor Mark Billimo shows that 1 diopter increase in myopia is associated with a 67% increase in the prevalence of myopic maculopathy. They stated that slowing myopia progression by 1 diopter reduces the likelihood of developing myopic maculopathy by 40%. And that's why every diopter matters. So peripheral defocus. This whole concept started in the early 2000s after Professor Earl Smith and his team of scientists and many scientists after that. They found that the focus on the peripheral retina had a major effect on the refractive development of the eye than the focus on the central retina. So if there was a hyperopic defocus in the peripheral retina, then it triggered the axial elongation of the eye and thereby increasing the myopic refractive error. So when you place a conventional contact lens, the peripheral hyperopic defocus exists even after correcting the myopia centrally. And when we place an orthoke lens on the cornea, the mid-peripheral steepening under the reverse curve helps in reducing this hyperopic defocus in the periphery, bringing it to myopic defocus, and thereby helping the reduced elongation of the eye. The efficacy of orthoke lenses for myopia control has been studied for many years, starting with the peer-reviewed article which came out in 2002, followed by randomized clinical trials, and followed by meta-analysis such as this one, which used 7 randomized clinical trials and found that orthoke lenses are definitely efficient in controlling myopia progression. So what are the tests before fitting orthoke lenses? Like any contact lenses, it needs to be preceded by a complete eye examination, along with the pupil size measurement, corneal topography, and eye-sealing measurement if it's for myopia control in children. The fitting can be done in 3 different ways. One is the empirical way, where the clinician just measures the parameters, gives it to the consultant in the company. They design the lens and sends it over for the patient to start using, and then you see the fit. Or we can do the trial lens method, which is a better method in my opinion, where you actually do the calculation, put the lenses, check for the fit, do the alterations as needed, and then give it to the patient to start using it. And we also have the software-based method, where we can, as clinicians, design the lenses, altering every parameter that's needed. So this is very useful when you have to fit very high refractive errors or high astigmatism. Do we need topographers to fit orthoke lenses? Yes, previously it used to be thought that it's very useful in assessing post-lens fit corneas, but recently we know that even to choose the design of the lens, we need the topography. So we can decide if the astigmatism is apical or limbus to limbus, then we need to choose a toric periphery lens instead of a spherical lens. So if you look at this, so that's how a spherical lens sits on a toric cornea. So we also use it to find the sagittal height difference between the principal meridians. And if it's more than 30 microns, then definitely we go ahead and choose a toric periphery lens. The other parameters we can change is the optic zone size, where we need a smaller optic zone for myopia control designs, where we need to match it with the pupil size. And we need larger optic zones for myopia correction. With all those fitting features taken care of, a good fitting orthoke lens would look like this on the eye, with a very good bullseye pattern of fluorescence with central bearing, paracentral pooling, and an adequate 360 degrees of alignment, and with a just enough edge lift on the extreme periphery, and a movement of less than 1 millimeter horizontally and vertically. So while dispensing the lenses, we need to teach them the insertion and removal techniques, and not just that. Teaching the lens hygiene is very important. Lens care is very important, especially when we give it to children and for adults. Once we've dispensed the lenses, we need to follow up the patient on the first day, after 1 week, after 1 month, and every 3 months after that. And we need to assess for visual acuity, refraction, slit lamp examination. Corneal topography needs to be done. And in every follow-up visit, we need to review the contact lens hygiene procedures. Very important. And that's how the topography will look post-lens wear, with central corneal flattening and mid-peripheral steepening. So the fit complications. Not every time the fit will be straightforward. There can be complications. The lenses can decenter superiorly or inferiorly, inducing unnecessary astigmatism under correction. There can also be lateral decentration or sometimes even a central island. So we need to rectify that in the proper way to get the fit correct. On slit lamp examination, sometimes we can find lens binding. If it's a very tight lens, we need to correct that. And sometimes there can be corneal abrasions, maybe because of the crack or a chipped lens. So the lens needs to be changed. And once the abrasion is healed, we need to restart. And we can also sometimes see an iron ring on the epithelium. If you can see here on the image down here, there's a brown ring on the mid-peripheral cornea. So it can be a complete ring or an incomplete ring. And this is not pathological. We do also sometimes see staining of the cornea due to punctate keratitis. This needs to be treated. And what we do not want is infectious keratitis. So that is why contact lens hygiene is very important while using ortho-K lenses as any other contact lens. So before summarizing, I'll just show you a case where I had a 10-year-old girl referred by an ophthalmologist for ortho-K lenses. I saw her in October 2019, and she had a refractive error of -5 and -4.5 with -2 astigmatism. And when I saw her history, I saw that in the last 3 years, she has developed myopia like over 4 diopters. So I fit her with ortho-K lenses. That was on the right eye. She did pretty well. She got corrected 2020 with the lens use, came for regular follow-ups. That was a topography post-lens wear. So I did recheck her refraction in Jan 2021 and in Jan 2023, definitely after a washout. And what I saw was over 4 years after starting ortho-K lenses, her myopic refractive error only increased by 0.75 and the axial length increased by 0.6 millimeters, which is well within the physiological limits. So this was much better compared to her 4 diopter increase like 3 years prior to 2019. To summarize, I would say that there's sufficient scientific evidence to suggest that ortho-K lenses are a safe option for myopia correction and control. And for the long-term success, it requires proper lens fitting and rigorous compliance to the lens care regime. That's very important. And definitely adherence to routine follow-ups and timely treatment of complications, if any. These are my references. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Irene, for your insightful presentation. Our next guest speaker is Dr. Quresh Muscati. Dr. Muscati is a consultant ophthalmologist, ex-president of All India Ophthalmological Society, and founder of Muscati Eye Clinic in Mumbai. Dr. Muscati will speak about the pharmacological intervention. Over to Dr. Muscati.
Dr. Muscati is not here, so we can proceed for the next talk.
Our next speaker is Dr. Li Lian Fu. Dr. Li Lian is a consultant ophthalmologist and clinical director, myopia service at Singapore National Eye Center. She will talk about beyond traditional treatment protocols. Over to Dr. Li Lian.
Hello, dear friends and esteemed eye care professionals. I'm Dr. Lilian Fu and I'm from Singapore, currently serving as the Clinical Director of the Myopia Service at Singapore National Eye Center, as well as Clinical Assistant Professor at Duke NUS Medical School. Today, I'm going to present the topic on beyond traditional treatment protocols. So these are my financial disclosure. In this presentation, I'm going to touch on 3 points. Firstly, pre-myopia, followed by combination therapy in myopia management, as well as the utilization of digital and artificial intelligence in managing myopia. For pre-myopia management, let's look at this paper in detail, which is on the low concentration atropine eye drops compared to placebo on myopia incidence in children. It's a paper by Prof. Jason Yam. In the incidence of myopia development in children aged 4 to 9 years old, we can see that children who are on atropine 0.05% have the lowest percentage of myopia development, which is at 28.4% compared to 53% in children who are on placebo. And these percentages have significant difference. How about fast myopic shift, which is defined as -1 diopter of myopic shift over 2 years? We can see similar trend as per previous slides in children who are on atropine 0.05%. The percentage of fast myopic shift in these children were 25% compared to 54% in children who are on placebo, with significant difference among various percentages. In terms of axis elongation, children who are on atropine 0.05% have significantly lower amount of axis elongation compared to children who are on atropine 0.01% as well as placebo. These children only have 0.48 millimeters in elongation compared to placebo of 0.7 millimeters. Hence, there's a potential to improve long-term visual outcomes by treating presbyopia with 0.05%. So what are the various myopia control treatment options that we can offer to our patients? Firstly, environmental, which is a good eye care habits. We try to tell the children after every 20 minutes of near work, take a break for at least 20 seconds, look somewhere far at least 20 feet away, known as the 20-20-20 rule. Also, there are various concentration of atropine eye drops from low dose to moderate to high dose, specialized design myopia control glasses, as well as myopia control contact lenses, which comprise of hard overnight Auto-K lens as well as daytime soft daily disposable lenses. There are also red light therapy that is available in some markets as well. Gathering all these treatment options, we realize that they each fill a void in myopia control. These treatments can be used in combination, for instance, atropine with myopia control spectacle lenses or myopia control contact lenses, as well as red light therapy on top of all the various treatments. So for atropine in combination, we need to take note, low dose atropine, moderate as well as high dose atropine can potentially affect pupil size, accommodation, as well as strabismus control. There are various studies that support the use of combination treatment in effectively slowing down the rate of myopia progression in children. So you may ask, what treatment option should I utilize for this particular child that comes into my clinic? The choice of therapy. What do I look out for? You need to look out for children refractive error as well as their ocular pathologies, whether they have any other eye issues. First, we look at on the left-hand side, presbyopia. Presbyopia generally, as we see from the earlier study, we recommend atropine for myopia control, and in particular 0.05%, as well as we can use myopia control glasses to treat presbyopia as well. For myopia up to about -6 diopters, we can consider atropine eye drops, myopia control specialized lenses, as well as myopia control contact lenses, which comprise of the overnight hard Auto-K lenses, as well as daytime soft contact lenses for myopia management. However, just note that for myopia control contact lenses, they have lower astigmatism tolerance, and also we need to exclude and make sure there's no other ocular surface pathology such as poor ocular surface itself. And for myopia control beyond -6 diopters, we can consider myopia control soft contact lenses, myopia control spectacle lenses, as well as atropine eye drops. We would also like to utilize technology to help us manage myopia. So in terms of technology-wise, just giving Myopia Master as an example, we can utilize by input the patient's details such as number of parents with myopia, 0, 1 or 2, the amount of outdoor time that this child spent in outdoor activities, for example, 0 hours, 1 hour, 2 hours per day, and the amount of near work they spend every day. And we can input all this to assess the patient's risk factors for myopia progression and help us personalize the myopia control treatment for each individual child based on their risk factors profile. After we input the risk factors profile, next we will input the clinical data of the child. So clinical data comprise of the axial length, their objective refraction, subjective refraction, as well as the keratometric data. So next, on the right hand side, we can see a graph that is plotted according to the patient's trajectory in terms of their myopia profile. So are they progressing fast or are they projected to progress slowly? And this will allow us to determine whether for this child, should we treat with monotherapy, just single treatment, or we combine treatment, use it as a combination therapy, such as combining atropine eye drops with myopia control spectacle lenses or contact lenses to maximize its efficacy in treatment. Finally, I would also like to touch base on the potential use of technology such as artificial intelligence in helping us manage myopia. Previously, my team and I have developed a deep learning system to predict the 5-year risk of this child developing high myopia just purely utilizing one baseline fundus image alone. So just by utilizing a fundus image at baseline first visit, we are able to predict whether this child is likely going to develop high myopia in 5 years' time. And again, this allows us to tailor as well as customize treatment for this child. How do we do that? If this child is at risk of developing high myopia in 5 years' time, would you want to treat the child more aggressively? Yes, why not? We can even start off with a combination therapy right from the start to really minimize the progression trajectory in this child, and we do not want this child to end up developing high myopia. Whereas in children with low risk and, for instance, low myopia to begin with when they see us, perhaps we can take a watch and wait approach or even just treating with monotherapy. I'd like to thank you for your kind attention and staying with me during this lecture. And I also like to say a word of thanks to the organizing committee for the opportunity to give this talk. Thank you very much. And if you have any further queries, feel free to scan the QR code and contact me. And happy to connect and work together. Thank you.
Our next guest speaker is Dr. Quresh Muscati. Dr. Muscati is a consultant ophthalmologist, ex-president of All India Ophthalmological Society, and founder of Muscati Eye Clinic in Mumbai. Dr. Muscati will speak about the pharmacological intervention. Over to Dr. Muscati.
Thank you, and apologies for not joining in earlier. I had joined, but I was so engrossed in the talks before that I didn't realize I was not on Zoom. So we're talking about pharmacological intervention. We mainly talk about atropine, but I will also tell you about some others. So we're talking about LDA or low-dose atropine for myopia control. In India, where I practice, we have it as 0.01% only, and we are hopeful we will soon be getting 0.05% low-dose atropine in the next few months. So as an ophthalmologist, we are aware that atropine has been used since the mid-1800s for pupillary dilatation, for treatment of the cataracts when there was a central cataract. It was used to induce mydriasis for cataract surgery, to break posterior synechiae and uveitis, but nothing about myopia when atropine first came in. But since the late 1990s, there was renewed interest by this pupil dilatation with tropicamide and atropine when it was compared, and atropine had much less progression. This is Shi et al. In 1999. And then, of course, we had the landmark ATOM studies, the study of atropine in the treatment of myopia by Chua et al. In 2006, where 400 Singaporean children were in a double-blind placebo-controlled trial. It showed that at that time, of course, they used 1% eye drops applied daily over a period of 2 years. it reduced the progression of myopia by 77% compared to the untreated eye. So there's one eye treated, one eye untreated. The difference was quite stark, 1.2 diopters in the control group progression compared to just 0.3%, 0.28% in the eyes treated with atropine. So right at the outset, let's talk about atropine because different people have come out with different theories on why atropine works. We're not really 100% sure, but we know that it's mainly the anti-muscarinic action. There were two main theories. One is the anti-muscarinic action, and others said that it is the anti-accommodation and the reduced convergence, which seem to have an effect on reduction of myopia progression. This has been largely rejected now, this theory, because even if there is no accommodation or convergence, it still has an effect. So it's now not that what we call it's the non-accommodative theory. It's based on the local retina effect, and as the previous speakers have talked about, the choroid and the sclera are involved as well because of the biochemical changes brought about by the action of the atropine and the muscarinic receptors. This affects the scleral matrix and decelerates scleral growth. So it's quite complex, not fully understood as yet, but at least we've debunked one theory. So the atom 1 at 1%, how did we arrive at 0.01%, which is 100 times less? Well, they did try several other percentages, 0.05%, 0.1%, with different control groups. But we came to the landmark atom 2 in 2012 with 2-year results again. And here they found very low concentration of 0.01% applied once nightly, did not differ from the higher 0.1 and 0.5%, and had minimal side effects compared to the higher concentrations. Over 2 years, the mean progression was 0.3% in the 0.5 group, 0.38%, 0.38 diopters, in the 0.1%, and just about half a diopter in the 0.01% group. If you remember the atom 1, where the increase was 0.28 with 1%, which is not acceptable, we know that it is all these are much superior to atom 1, the 400 Singaporean kids, the control group. So then we went on with the atom 2 study, which went on for 5 years. And at the end of 5 years, what do we find? So after receiving atropine at different concentrations for 24 months, that's phase 1, they received no treatment, so washout for 1 year. And then children who presented with myopia progression of 0.5 or more were restarted again on 0.01% for a further 2 years. So 2 years, 1 year washout, and then 2 years. And it was found that 0.01% showed the least rebound effect and therefore was the most effective concentration to reduce the progression of myopia at 3 years and 5 years with these overall changes that you could see. There was also the LAMP study. So I'm just quoting some landmark studies which we should know. Atom 1, Atom 2, and the LAMP study. This came from Hong Kong, which was the first placebo-controlled study that evaluated the safety and efficacy of 0.05%, 0.025%, which is also shortly going to come out, maybe not in the Indian market, and the 0.01%, which you've all been using. For those with myopia progressive greater than 1 diopters, all these concentrations were well tolerated. But again, the 0.01% showed better efficacy in the second year of therapy. So what do we learn? We then, armed with all this information, we had a landmark study in India. We call it the I-ATOM study because it was done in India. Of course, we used only 0.01% in the Indian cohort. You must understand that the Indian cohort is different from the Hong Kong, Singapore, and the Chinese cohorts because in India, the myopia doesn't progress as rapidly as in the Chinese counterparts. Maybe as Kathy talked about, that there is an environmental risk factor is less. So it's not only genetics, but other things come to play. So we find that in India, there is less rapid myopia progression, even in those treated with placebo. So you saw that in if you see the first paragraph, the atropine group 0.16%, the placebo only 0.35%. So it's not the rapid myopia progression was noted in none of the patients of greater than 1 diopter in the atropine group and only 9% in the placebo group, which further confirms that Indian children are a low progressing cohort. But even in them, the 0.01% atropine is significantly superior. What about rebound effect? The first-year control in all the other studies was best with 0.5%. However, cessation, the myopia rebound, is more when you use higher concentrations like 1.5 and 0.1% as compared to eyes that receive only 0.01%. What does that tell us? That a promising approach would be for myopic children to use perhaps a little more concentrated atropine in the first year, and you can come down to the lower concentration in the 0.01% in the second year onwards. So then we go by the meta-analysis that were done by Lee et al. 2014. It showed a greater effect in Asian than in Caucasian children, which is why the American have been very slow to catch up or to enthuse about atropine therapy as compared to all of us in Asia. And in 2016, Wang et al. Also published a meta-analysis, fairly large group, 30 clinical trials, 5,000 plus eyes. And again, they found that 1 and 0.5% slightly higher effects, but 0.01% nevertheless is better overall. So different races, 0.01% is definitely better, prevents myopia progression up to 60% compared to no intervention by the studies by Jitendra Jethani in India. Caucasians, the effect is less than Asians. Pupillary dilatation is more in Caucasians, blue eyes and green eyes, and seldom more than 1 millimeter in our Indian brown eyes. And effect in first 6 months is generally less in the second 6 months. So we need to counsel the parents that they should use it for at least a year, because parents want to give up. They said there was no effect in the first 6 months. Why should we continue? So it's up to us to point out these studies and encourage them to persist with atropine. What about side effects? Well, there is a little bit of increase in photopic pupil size, very little. Loss of accommodation, again, very negligible. Mild photophobia in some, no serious side effects like dry mouth or tachycardia like in 1% atropine. And these are considered clinically insignificant. So to summarize, which children should be offered this therapy? Kids over 5 years of age with a documented increase of at least 0.5 diopters of myopia in the past year or less, and after, of course, thorough discussion with the parents. Exclude children with anisometropia, high astigmatism, syndromic children with myopia, like in cerebral palsy, those with retinopathy of prematurity, kids with myopia, and a myopic shift in kids after pediatric cataract surgery, because they don't do so well with atropine. I would do a baseline axial length and keratometry before starting treatment, though it's not compulsory, but if you're going to present, you need to know. And you should use it for at least 2 years, as the maximum effect tends to appear much later, at least after the first 6 months or 1 year. The barriers to use of atropine are some ophthalmologists are still waiting for long-term statistics, and some parents are not convinced. So we need to tell them, I get this resistance from parents. It's so what if my child becoming from 2 diopters to 3 diopters, it's still not very thick. I can't put drops every night, that sort of thing. So we need to tell them about studies in simple language and tell them, as a speaker pointed out, every diopter matters in the long run. So to summarize about LDA, low dose atropine, 0.01% is fairly safe for kids above 5 years, should be continued for at least a couple of years, may give a washout period if there is stable myopia. You can go a little higher diopter, the power, 0.05 if 0.01 is not working, and you can continue till myopia stops progressing. Those studies have been done up to 16. I tend to go up to 18 years, though there are no studies in older children. There's no really harmful effect to this. To conclude with other pharmacological agents, since the talk was on pharmac, pirenzepine has been tried. It's a selective M1, M4 receptor antagonist. However, recently the trials for this drug were suspended due to its low efficacy and the fact that you have to put it twice a day. It's bad enough telling parents to put it once a day atropine, and they miss out on this. And the other one, which is something found in caffeine, 7-MX, which is an adenosine antagonist, has been approved for myopia management in Denmark. But we'll have to see how well it does in the long run in slowing myopia progression. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Muscati.
I would now like to invite Miss Irene to proceed for the panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Do we have Ms. Katie?
Yes. Katie is here.
Yes. Thank you, Katie, and thank you, Dr. Muscati. So glad to have you both on the panel today, and great presentation. So I did have a few questions, which I already got answers from your presentation. So I'm going to ask you some other questions. So first to Katie. So in your clinical practice, I think you use more of the spectacle option for myopia control. What's the longest follow-up that you've seen, and how is the efficacy?
So the longest myopia management patient I've come across is 390 months. Days, 390 days, definitely not months. 390 days. So kind of about a year. With the issue we have at the minute with following up, number one is getting them back for a follow-up, and two is having a good baseline before we start treatment. So what we've recently done is we've got a lot of children on either atropine or myopia spectacles, but we don't often have a baseline axial length. So we've kind of now gone back and looked at our numbers, and we looked at 200 kids over the last year who have got a baseline and a follow-up. So overall, I can't think of the number off the top of my head. I think a 0.2 millimeter change in 10-year-olds over the year. And in comparison, we should be seeing 0.27 or less. So it is working what we are doing, but we cannot say, I couldn't sit here and say whether that's more atropine or myopia glasses. We still have to break down that data a little bit more, and there's a lot of kids who are on combined therapy, and also their compliance with atropine, we do need to investigate a little bit better as well. But what we do know is what we're doing is working. Whatever patient's compliance is, it is working at the minute.
So thank you for that. Yeah, I guess there's a lot of patients already on combined therapy these days, with atropine being started off. And
so, Irene, can I add to this?
Sure, doctor.
Yeah. So what happens is because of the cost involved with the DIMS and the HALT spectacles, we normally start with the atropine because that's quite cheap and easily available in our country. So we normally start them. When a myopia patient child comes in for the first time, I counsel the parents and tell them that not every myop will progress, but we need to keep a close watch. I will request them to allow me at no cost, extra cost to them, to get a baseline axial length done for their child. And then I will call them after 3 months or 4 months, because they're very reluctant to go in for anything except single vision glasses. So my first prescription will be, if they've never worn glasses, naive, they start with single vision glasses, and I call them after 3 to 4 months. And then if there is even the slightest progress, I tell them, look, there is a little bit of progress. Let's start with atropine drops. Of course, if there's no progress, I don't do anything for them, because otherwise they think that I'm trying to peddle something with commercial gain. So just start them with the low dose atropine drops, and then keep following them up. And then after about a year or so of these, if the progression is 0.5 or more, then I will lead them to the special spectacles, the DIMS or the HALT, and tell them, look, we'll continue with the atropine, but let's try this as well. In India, the good thing is that the manufacturers of the DIMS and HALT give you a sort of money back guarantee type of thing, in the sense that they if it doesn't halt the myopia progression, if it progresses by more than 0.25 or 0.5, depends on the manufacturer, they will make the next pair for free or for concession. So that does tend to work with these patients. Thanks.
So if I was to compare that to my practice and our practice, we would probably be the complete opposite, because we're in a fortunate position where people are most often willing to pay for these lenses despite the cost. And I do think the warranty that's there is a massive driver for that. Excuse me. The issue with the atropine is, we're dealing with dark-eyed children. So the effects of the 0.01% isn't really doing a lot. We often end up combining them anyways. And the other thing with the atropine is if we're starting them on atropine when they're 8 years old, we have to say to them, this is 8 years, another 8 years you're going to be using the atropine, because we're not weaning them off like we kind of initially thought we should do. So they are going to be on them for 4, 5, 6, 7 years. And I just worry about the compliance with that over time. Whereas with at least with the glasses, where people, and I understand it's a privilege, where they're in a position to purchase those glasses, they have to wear glasses anyways, right? So we would generally lead them down that road. But we do try to provide options with either through doing projects with companies that can provide us with free lenses, or if they need to go down the road of if they're fortunate enough to purchase lenses.
I think the other point there is the availability of atropine here in UAE was very lately only. And I think the availability is much easier in India.
Yes.
So it's not even available in like all hospitals. So we have it in very few places.
Okay, so we have about 6 different companies competing with each other with
so that's
pediatric atropine, as they call it. Yeah.
And we were talking about you measured the baseline and axial length. Yes, I think even I in my practice started measuring axial length only after 2017, 2018, even though I was doing ortho-K for a long time. So I think that's baseline measurement is one thing that we need to focus on, and especially axial length. So doctor, you mentioned about checking the progression. So do you only consider the refractive error, or do you consider the axial length change also?
Usually it's only the refractive error. If there is a gross change in the refractive error, then we'd go back and measure the axial length to see what is going wrong. Is it proportionate to the increase in axial length? But otherwise, usually we just go by the refractive error. The parents are most concerned about the refractive error. We go with that because I'm in private practice, so they want to come in and out as fast as possible, and they don't, even if it's for free, they don't like extra tests. So, but I will still insist only if there is a gross change. Yes.
True. So that's like parents, they only understand the refractive error or the power of the glasses. It's very difficult. I completely understand that, to make them understand that the eye size is what we're actually looking at, and the change is happening because of that.
I would agree, Iris, if you don't mind my saying that, having looked at so many axial lengths, what you see for one 10-year-old with a -4 prescription to the next 10-year-old with a -4 prescription, there can actually be fairly variable axial lengths in that. So,
absolutely. That's why I think axial length, and now even science and studies show that is the key factor that we need to look at. And
I think we are trying to kind of angle our conversations more towards them understanding the axial length, because again, they just say, well, once they get laser eye surgery, they won't need, this isn't a problem anymore. And that's kind of where we need to kind of educate them away from the number that's in the glasses, because they don't understand that once they have the laser eye surgery, that's not the problem fixed, So we do axial length on every child that comes in, every myopic child on every visit, as long as it's more than 3 months. Now, in terms of time consuming, the machine we use is very quick, and it's set right beside the autorefractor, so it's just 1, 2, done very easy. And we'll get axial lengths on 3-year-olds, at least 3-year-olds usually, maybe younger if we're very lucky, but we can certainly get it on 3-year-olds and above.
True.
Another thing, Irene, that I do, I have color atlas pictures of myopic maculopathies and retinal detachments and tears and things like that. And I will show it to the parents right from the first visit to scare them a little bit about compliance and tell them about this every diopter matters type of thing, that here I am trying to control, and every diopter, every half diopter, everything matters. And otherwise, we don't want your child to end up like this. So gory pictures, comparing it to the normal, they don't fully understand, but they know it's different from I show them the normal macula, and I show them the myopic macula, and I show them the maculopathy. So, I mean, even a lay person can tell there's a huge difference there.
Absolutely, doctor. Visual images definitely make a lot of difference in explaining to the patients. I would just like to ask you one more, doctor, about atropine, since we're talking about that. What are the side effects? You mentioned about it, we've seen in studies, but in practical clinical practice, have you seen?
I actually have, not too many, but a couple of patients. I did have to stop the atropine, even in absolutely Indian eyes, because they complained of photophobia. And they complained of little difficulty in near work. The parents said that the child was a voracious reader, just like all myopes are. And the child is complaining that they can't read quite as well. And I couldn't make out any pupil size difference, but then I had not measured the pupil size. So I couldn't really tell. We measure axial length, we measure but we don't measure the pupil size because I'm not expecting the pupil to, in a brown iris, dark brown iris, to grow. But yes, in a couple of patients, because of photophobia and reading difficulty, I've had to stop the atropine and just continue with the special glasses.
Sure, because I have also seen here, because of the weather or children prone to allergies tend to have skin reactions around the eye after using atropine. That's something I've seen clinically. All right, thank you so much. We can end the panel discussion here. Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Dr. Muscati.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you all speakers, and thank you, Irene, for moderating the session. That was a wonderful discussion. And now we will move on to Myopia Mastery poll. Here, we'll be launching questions, and there'll be around 12 questions which you are requested to answer, as this is a part of the mandatory for CMEs. Swarna, can you please launch the poll questions?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, please. And the leaderboard announcement, Myopia Hero of the Hour. More the engagement, more the score. Okay, let's announce winner. Myopia Hero of the Hour is Dinesh Singh. And we have two other in close competition. It's Anantha Krishnan and Sri Vidya. Thank you. Let's have the poll question and kindly answer them, because this is mandatory to obtain the CMEs. Thank you. So after the poll questions, we'll have a session by Amico Alpha.
We had some fantastic discussions so far. We truly appreciate the insights shared by each and every panelist. Thank you all. Now, let's move on to our next session held by Alcon Amico team. I would like to call up Mr. Tanios Gigesh, Professional Sales Manager, Vision Care Amico, for our next talk. He will be talking on the exciting opportunities in contact lenses. The floor is all up to you, Mr. Tanios.
I think Tanios is not here, so we can move forward for the next session.
Let's now move on to session 2, the Myopia Chronicles, Real Cases, Real Insights. Our first speaker is an optometry manager at Botega Opticians in Botswana. He is also a lecturer at the University of Zimbabwe. Here to talk about comprehensive myopia management, retrospective cross-sectional report, let's all welcome Dr. Barak Ernest.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. And then let me see, just a moment. Okay, now I'm here. And then, okay, is my slide visible now?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. So I can proceed then.
Yep.
So this presentation is about intersectionality and interdependence. So if we've been following the presentation up to this point, you will notice that most of the presentations are about the technique and technology that is involved in myopia management. And that represents the clinical perspective, the clinical / the manufacturer's perspective of myopia management. What I'm trying to do with this new presentation is to make sure that the clinical perspective is married to the patient perspective without losing any ethical or clinical standards along the cascade of delivery. So I'll be talking about an implementation process that involves a comprehensive myopia management, an integral approach that increases uptake of visual and non-visual aid interventions among pediatric patients in low and medium income settings. My name is Barak, and then I teach for personal social responsibility. Professionally, I work at Botega Opticians. And then my counseling degree helps me whenever my friends need advice about life. But besides that, it's all about optometry and everything that comes with it. So every intervention, in order to be optimal, or for all the techniques and technology that we are talking about to be optimal and have a long-standing impact, it has to attain those three intuitive principles. So whether we are talking about a technique or we are talking about a technology, it must have in itself built to last, a system that is built to last. It must have a sustainability plan, and it has to be community-based intervention in its approach. And once you have all these three factors combined together, then not only will the technology or the technique be very efficient clinically, but the impact that we need in the patient, just like Dr. was saying, Mascati was saying, that he has to tell the mothers, show the mothers how the uncorrected myopia could lead to retinal problems for them to be a little bit scared to comply. If we do all these things, then it helps with the sustainability and the impact that we hope to attain. Now, on the second slide, okay. So So the mandate of this implementation research, which we carried out on myopia management, as I said, I'll be talking about a built to last sustainability plan and then the community-based intervention approach has to be revisited. Okay. It has to be revisited along the course of the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the mandate of this is to make sure that whatever framework that we adopt is able to comprehensively approach the diagnosis of myopia and treatment and management in the 21st century and beyond. But to map this to the low and medium income settings that we live in, we took retrospective data from 200 patients, age 0 to 19 years. And we chose the cut point not at 16, but 19 years, because patients that we give spectacles at 19 years, 2 years after that, they are not eligible to be on the medical aid packages that we normally use in our countries. Now, the operational definitions that I'll be using for pediatric patients is 0 to 19 years. As I said, we made it 19 years because that is when we know that affordability becomes a problem, because after 19 years, their next review in 2 years is going to be 21 years. And then they are not eligible to be on the medical aid, which then causes the financial burden that we face. In our practice, there are 3 experienced optometrists with an average of a decade each of experience that rotate in the practice. So to make sure that there is a reliability and then there are no confounders in the testing and the process of data collection, we use information from one optometrist. Now, let me go to the next slide. Okay, my next slide. So in low and medium income settings, such as we experience in Botswana here, there are 3 big A's that we normally look at. So if you are giving us a technology or you are giving us a technique that we need to apply, is it going to be accessible? Is it going to be acceptable to our patients, and is it going to be affordable? If it satisfies all these 3 paradigms, then we know that the rollout will not be problematic. We know that it's going to be sustainable, and whatever impact that is supposed to have on the community would be experienced. So accessibility, the intervention must be decentralized with community-based approach frameworks where all the local, regional, and national stakeholders that must be involved in the conceptualization right to the termination of the program or the implementation process. And sometimes we had sustainability, because a program or a project can end, but that project keeps sustained in the community. And so we add that to make it a 5. Now, once this procedural paradigm is followed, then it is easy for people to accept, because if the stakeholders are involved in the conceptualization of the technique or the technology, for instance, if we are using Auto-K, for instance, and then we are able to involve key stakeholders in the community, knowing the distribution of such myopic tendencies in our communities or provinces that we belong to, and we are involving them in the conceptualization of the processes. By the time it gets to the performing of the program, they are already aware about it, they have already owned the program, and they are going to help us sustain the program so that the vulnerable in the community are able to have access to these services. So apart from being acceptable and accessible, it has to be affordable. And we always encourage those on the technological and technique part to apply Pareto's 80-20 rule, because there are 80% of things that you can actually minimize in terms of quality, and then push all that into 20% of it, making sure that the intervention or the technology is gold standard. And besides being gold standard, it's eligible to be used in the community. And then other parts that adds to the superfluous nature of the technology can be then reduced in terms of pricing so that the people are able to afford. And if that is done, the likelihood of adoption and sustainability increases several folds. So to be able to do this and to have a justification for doing this, that is the implementation part of all the technologies and techniques that we've been talking about since morning, we made sure that we collected data to have a justification. And then our target was to have 200 pediatric patients. Now we collected the data from July 1st, 2023 to February 1st, 2025. And we sorted through 3,029 patients. And this is the breakdown. In 2023, 953, 2024, 1,935. And in 2025, January, we had 141. Out of this, we use a stratified sampling method in which 0 to 19 is our stratification, and that's our strata. So 22% of this total patients population were the ones that fell within this this sample frame. And so we had 666 patients that were eligible. Out of the 666 patients, 36 of them were attended by the other two professionals that I talked about earlier. And then 240 were attended, that's 240. And then the other optometrist attended to 426 pediatric patients. So we used that because we want that consistency in terms of reliability, consistency of technique, and then to create less confounders in the data collection process. So we finally use a simple randomized sampling method to pick the odd numbers. We had an automatic allocation of numbers to the 426 pediatric patients. And once we did that, we picked the odd numbers. And the moment we got to 200, we stopped at that and used the information from that 200 for analysis. Move to the next one. So comprehensive myopia management, what we discovered. Out of the 200 selected patients, between 0 to 6 years, which is within the age of high plasticity and emmetropization, 20% of the patients were within that range. 6 to 12 years, school-going age or an increased workload, 106 patients. 13 to 19 years, the late adolescent and transitory into adulthood age, 27%, which signifies 54 patients. And these are the diagnostic outcomes out of all the 200 patients that we collected the data on. Photosensitivity, 1, myopia 36, myopic astigmatism 75, hyperopia 33, hyperopic astigmatism 52, and antimetropia was 3. So I'll skip that. But this is just the quantitative part of the whole thing. What I said from the beginning was that looking at the patient's perspective and marrying it to the clinician perspective so that we are able to get a seamless rollout of the interventions that we've been talking about since morning without losing any standards. And so what we discovered that ties into the implementation part of the research. 8 out of the 200 patients that we got had very dire need of visual intervention. But 1 out of the 8 was on medical aids, which ties into the affordability part that I was talking about. And out of this 1 out of the 8, 7 were paying patients. So 1 was on medical aid, which has a shortfall, and they were not able to pay that shortfall. It means the child went without the glasses. or the contact lens intervention. And then the 7 that were not on medical aid at all, they couldn't do anything about it. They couldn't afford it. And then we have no way of tracking where they are, what they did, and then how the child is faring at this moment. 6 of these unfortunate pediatric patients were male and 2 were females. Now, when we came down, 48 out of the 200 had medical aid. They had shortfalls, and the parents were willing and ready to pay. 40 of those were female, 8 were males. 144 out of the 200 were fully covered by medical aid, and 71% were female, 29% were males. But even that, for those that were fully covered by the medical aid and they could afford, we had one child, a male, that the mother said, the mother blamed her progressive myopia on the fact that she was given glasses when she was 6 years. And so she refused for her child to get the intervention, even though the medical aid was covering everything. And that now feeds into the fact that if we are not able to marry the technological advancements through the patient-centered approaches, which is the patient perspective, then the interventions are not going to benefit the people for which we go all this length to do those researches and then find better technology to improve myopia. So as a clinician and attempting to have a holistic analysis, we became curious. The question was, why do we have more females that have access than males? Is it a geographical thing in Gaborone where we live, or it is in other provinces the same way, which we were not able to determine at the moment of this presentation? We're also thinking, is it a gender-based socialization problem, or is it a traditional factor? Something that we found out was not the case. There is no traditional cultural belief or anything that says that men cannot access, young boys cannot access healthcare, but then eye healthcare, but then young girls can access eye healthcare. We also asked, is it a variation of Oedipus or electoral complex? The psychoanalytical processes that says that boys have more tendency to be attracted to their, as Sigmund Freud said, boys have more tendency to be attracted to their mothers as they grow between 3 to 6 years, and that the father then becomes a competition to them. And then Carl Jung also talked about the electoral complex, which is the opposite, girls having that tendency to be more attracted to their fathers and then being in competition with their fathers. So that was also yet to be determined. We're also thinking whether it could be endogenous factors, that's factors that are intrinsic in the society. Could it be cultural dynamics, or could it be the population dynamics? And the population dynamic came out strong. So we actually looked into it. But when we look at the demographic data, in 2024, based on the demographic data, the whole country is 2.7 million by estimate. 50.6% are females and 49.4% are males, almost a gender equilibrium. And so overall, the sex ratio in Botswana stands at 1,019 males to 1,000 females, which is not statistically significant to have that kind of variability in the access to myopia management that came between boys and girls. And then in older age groups, the 0.3, which is what between the ages of 0 to 14, males dominate due to the natural tendency for more male birth. And that is what the demographic data says. But our experience in the clinic shows that more females come to the clinic than males do in terms of the pediatric patients. And so the older population is when the females dominate in our population over here, because in the older population, there is a life expectancy variable that favors more females than males, and there's the more male death than females. So this near equilibrium in the population distribution makes it implausible to propound an argument on population as a significant variable in the statistical significant disparity between the access to visual and non-visual interventions between the males and the females. And so we took it a step further. Now, we had to look at the Oedipus and the electoral complex paradigms, which, as I said before, were propounded by Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. And then look at the phallic stage, which is between the 3 and 6 years. Now, as we focus on the trend in our practice, we notice that 90%, that's 180 out of the 200 that we sampled, we randomly sampled, of 0 to 6 years old came to the first appointment with their mothers alone. The father was not there. 10% of the time the father was there, but 90% the father was not at the first appointment. But on the second visit, the fathers were present 70% of the time. So this became apparent that this is not a community where fathers are not responsible in terms of bringing their kids to the clinic. And the Oedipus and electoral complex, in terms of using it as a metric for interpretation of the results, was not also plausible. So these are and it has no correlation with any patriarchal system. But often we notice that once we explain what is happening to the child and the need for the visual or non-visual intervention to the mother or whoever accompanied the child on the first visit, they are not able to really communicate to the father properly, and they need both parents to have a consensus for the child to be able to assess that intervention. Like I said about the lady that had was given glasses since she was 6 and had progressive myopia and refused the sun, the father was not at that visit. And so most of the time they prefer that the two of them will be around to make that decision. So we notice that does this Oedipus and electoral complex have a reversal mechanism during adolescent age, that's between the 10 to 19 years, where now instead of the girls being more attached to their fathers, they are more attached to their mothers? Is that a principle? And it was something that we hope to look deep into. So when we look at all this, as I said, the males were 56 in all the 200 folders that we look at, males 26, the females were 144. And so the difference was too wide. And it made us curious in terms of how to make sure that access is uniform. And so it brings me to what I want to talk about this whole presentation. As I said from the beginning, marrying the technological and technique aspects that we've been talking about the whole morning to the patient-centered approach. And the best framework to use was the CFAP framework, the Consolidated Framework for Implementation Research, which is a comprehensive framework that is used to evaluate the implementation of the intervention. So whatever interventions, technology techniques that we develop as optometries and then as manufacturers, as innovators in eye care, we need to know how to implement those interventions so that the impacts that we calculate in our randomized trials and in our researches can be totally felt in the community level and not just in a cross-section of the population that is that has access. So if you take it, this is it was propounded by Dan Stroder and his colleagues in 2009. It consists of 5 main domains, which is the intervention characteristics, that is the technology or the technique itself, the outer setting, that is the external influences on the intervention that we are bringing, the inner settings, that is for instance, if we are using atropization, what is the internal, how does the patient feel? How does the mother feel? How does the caregiver feel? Those internal settings and the characteristics of an individual that is involved. Is it a special kid? Is it a child with ADHD? Is it a child with Down syndrome? Is it a child that has a hypersensitivity to something? And then the last one is the process of the implementation itself. So I took time to break down this framework and defining it as I have done here. So at the end, I said each of these domains and constructs interact in a complex way to influence the success of an intervention's implementation, because life in general is not linear. So the complexities that comes with it, you notice that sometimes the implementation process of a technology that we would have come out with, which is perfect on paper, does not translate into the outer settings, and therefore it causes the rollout to fail along the way. Or even if it was a success, it is not sustainable 5 years, 10 years, a decade and a half after the process has been implemented. So I came out with this framework. Intervention characteristics, for instance, we can look at the relative advantage of the new myopia care technologies, and then the cost considerations for patients and providers, and complexity of the procedures and the devices. And then when we come to the outer setting, we can look at the patient needs and the accessibility to myopia care. The external, we are innovating and networking with external myopia care institutes and organizations to make sure that there is a standard that is kept in the uniformity of the kind of care that we give in our countries and our various jurisdictions. And then we talk about the inner settings. We can talk about the organizational culture regarding myopia care practices, because the culture of an organization matters. You can have a research in the UAE and give us values, and then I can have a research in Botswana here, and we'll get totally different thing. And it might not be just genetic or maybe demographic, but it could be the culture in the practices where we conducted such a test. So communication networks in our myopia care department, that's optometrists coming together all across the globe to make sure that there's a platform where we share information and knowledge to make sure that we are on the same pages, and the implementation of the Climate for Myopia Eye Health initiatives. And then the individual characteristics, the patients believe in the new diagnostic tools that we are implementing. Do they believe that this is the way forward? Training and self-efficacy in advanced myopia care procedures, and the engagement with patient-centered myopia care philosophies. Then finally, about the process itself, planning for the rollout out of the new myopia text, engaging ophthalmic leaders and stakeholders, from the minor stakeholders to the major stakeholders, and evaluating success through patient outcomes and feedback. And I added the last one, which is the sustainability plan, because after the conceptualization and then the rollout, when we terminate the project, because it could be a 5-year program and we terminate it, there should be a sustainability of that project. So that a decade, 2 decades on, when we go back, we are able to find success. Like Dr. Chan said in his presentation, when we said myopia was going to increase by so much fold in 50 years, it felt like a long time ago, but 25 years in, and we are now here discussing the problems that we are going to face in the other 2.5 decades to come. So I hope that we can marry the technology and the implementation of the technology to the patient's demands, and then be able to roll out all the wonderful things that we have presented today for the benefit of our patients and our various countries and jurisdictions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Barak, for that very nice presentation.
Sorry to interrupt, Sherwin. We need to complete the talk for 10 years, and then we will hand over to the session.
Yeah. Let's go for it. Yeah.
Yes. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, please carry
Please
on.
confirm if you can hear me and see my screen.
Yes, it's visible. Please carry on.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. And again, it's always a pleasure to be with you. And I hope that in this session, we will bring also some insights about the opportunities in contact lenses. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Tanius Georges, and I'm the training manager for Amico Vision Care in the Middle East. We are the exclusive distributor of Alcon contact lenses in the Gulf region. So our talk today is about the opportunities of contact lenses in the practice, in the clinic, in the optical stores. So first, let's start with the priorities of the eye care professional. The eye care professional, what is our priorities? You always agree that our main priorities is our patient first. How we can satisfy our patients, how we can make the life of our patients a better life, how we can improve their lifestyle. And also, we need also, from the other hand, is to grow our revenues and to grow our profit through the satisfaction of our patient. So how this tool, how these contact lenses, these soft contact lenses will be able to do that? Because we always know that a good relationship is when all parties are winning, when the patient is happy and when the practice is happy, and when also your time is being optimized in the clinic. So how these contact lenses will do the job? So how contact lenses first will improve the life of the patients? The studies are telling us very clearly that more than 80% of the people, when they are fitted with contact lenses, their quality of life is being improved. Also, they feel like themselves compared to spectacles. On the other hand, on the other side, they feel more confident doing their tasks, especially the activities tasks. And when it comes to vision, especially with the high myopic or high hyperopic, also the astigmatic patients, when being fitted with contact lenses, a lot of people, more than 70%, they reported that they see better in contact lenses than spectacles. So we always say, and I'm going to repeat this, that we had a debate like a couple of hours back, is it contact lenses or eyeglasses? No, it's not this. We always say in Amico, we always say in Alcon, that any patient, they need vision correction, eyeglasses is their right hand. They need eyeglasses, but eyeglasses is not enough in their life. They will be crippled when they have only one way to correct their vision. They need something else. And contact lenses, it comes into the game. So eyeglasses is your right hand, but also contact lenses is your left hand. They support each other. So we always say, please, eyeglasses is there, but you need always to support it with contact lenses. So the patient, they will have an improved quality of life. They will be able to see better. They will feel more confident when they have both tools. But also when it comes to the opportunity, is people, they are ready to know more about contact lenses? Yes. When we asked users having only eyeglasses, are you open to have a conversation about contact lenses? Look to the number, 9 out of 10, they reported, yes, I'm ready to listen more about contact lenses. I want to know more about contact lenses. But unfortunately, 70%, so 99 out of 10, they are ready to listen. But more than 70%, nobody is talking to them about contact lenses. People who are interested to know more about contact lenses, their eye care professional is not opening the conversation with them. So the opportunity is huge, but we're not taking this opportunity, and we are not capitalizing on this opportunity, unfortunately. But so we said it's a win-win combination. So we know now, and you already know, that contact lenses will improve the life of your customer. They will make their life better life. But is it good for your business, and how much? So compared to only wearing contact lenses, when only wearing eyeglasses, is selecting also contact lenses with the eyeglasses will be more profitable to your business? Yes, for sure. Because people who are wearing contact lenses, they have a greater frequency of visits. They have more frequent eye examination. They have higher frequent purchases. They also purchase more of sunglasses because they have the freedom now to choose any kind of frames. And they are more loyal because they are visiting your stores more, they are visiting your practices more, and they have a better relationship. And you know better than me that when you fit somebody on contact lenses, they will remember you for life. How many of your patients, when you fitted them with contact lenses, they came after 10 and 15 years and they brought up their friends, they brought up their family, also they brought up their kids, and they say, this is the doctor who fitted me with contact lenses. So contact lenses will bring loyalty to your business, and it will differentiate your business. So a contact lens patient can generate, imagine, 3 times the revenue of a spectacle-only patient. So it's a win-win combination. Everybody is winning. We just need to offer contact lenses. So contact lenses will allow for the development of a longer term and more loyal relationship with the patient. That's for sure. But what are the opportunities? So who we can offer contact lenses? To which kind of people we can offer contact lenses? Yes, for sure, new wearers. Imagine in the Middle East, less than 8% of the people that they are wearing eyeglasses, they have been fitted with contact lenses. Less than 8%. And this is, we're talking about the big cities. So if we go to remote areas, it's gonna drop to less than 5%. So 90% of our customers, nobody talked to them about contact lenses, nobody offered them contact lenses. And this is a huge opportunity for everybody. Just offer contact lenses. We're not asking everybody to purchase contact lenses, but we have the opportunity to offer contact lenses to our customers, it's just an awareness. And when you offer it, some people will say yes today and they are interested and you can continue the conversation. And some people, they say, no, thank you for the information, but I'm not interested. But at least they know maybe later on when they have the needs, they will come back and ask you about contact lenses. Also, the second opportunity is the upgrade. I talked about in my previous presentation a couple of hours back about the opportunity of upgrade. We are still in our practices, in our clinic, we are still offering hydrogel contact lenses, old silicon hydrogel contact lenses. These contact lenses has been produced or manufactured 20, 25 years back. It's time to upgrade our customers, to show them that we are professional, to show them that there is something new in the market, to talk to them to solve their problems with the new technologies that the contact lenses is being offered, and through also Alcon contact lenses, water surface lenses. And let's not forget about the teenagers. Start with them young. How young? You decide. But please do not wait until they become 16, 17, 18 years old. It's already too late. Now you know that inside the families, we are guiding our children to go and do activities. We are putting them in academies to do football, basketball, taekwondo, gymnastic, ballet, all of these activities. Eyeglasses is not enough. They need, the children, the teenagers, they need eyeglasses for their study, for their school. But when they go to activities, eyeglasses is not good enough and they need an alternative. And here where comes the contact lenses. So please start with them and always start, we all know, start with the parents, introduce contact lenses, make the awareness first with the parents, then move it to the modality, which could be a daily disposable. So always go to 1 day contact lenses because you want to offer these contact lenses as an occasionally for their activities. You want them to keep their eyeglasses, but also you want them to have contact lenses for their activities, and make sure that they are learning in the right practice with the right modality and with the right people. So the parents are there, the children are there, but they've been learned through you, not through online or other channels. So they can have the proper way to use contact lenses and they will be using it safely. And these teenagers with their parents, they will be loyal because they're going to be satisfied and they're going to generate money for you. So everybody will be happy. So what we need to do now, there is a disconnect between the patients and the ECP when it comes to contact lenses. The ECP is saying, my patient didn't ask me about contact lenses, so they must not be interested. From the other side, the patient is saying, my optometrist didn't recommend contact lenses, so they must not be suitable for me. And nobody is starting the conversation. So what we need to do, as eye care professional, you need to start the conversation. We cannot wait for the patient to start the conversation. The patient, they don't know what is suitable for them. You are the professional people. You know what's good for your patient. And when there is a suitable patient, you need to start the conversation. So 65% would be, imagine, 65% of the patient would be more likely to recommend their optometrist to their families and to their friend if contact lenses were recommended alongside the spectacles. Why is that? Because when you offer contact lenses, you are offering something out of the ordinary. Because all the clinics, all the optical stores, all the eye care professional, they do recommend eyeglasses. So it's guaranteed. But what you offer something extra, the patient will be surprised. The patient will have something else to use with their eyeglasses, and there the loyalty will come, the satisfaction will come, and they, as the eye care professional, will be perceived as more professional than his peers that they are not offering contact lenses. And this is where the loyalty comes, and everybody will be winning. And finally, start always with the right contact lenses. When it comes to new users, when it comes to teenagers, whenever you want to upgrade, Alcon is offering us a great portfolio with the latest technology in the world of contact lenses, which is the water surface lenses when it comes to daily disposable and monthly reusable contact lenses in sphere and astigmatism. It is in your hand, just you can order it. And believe me, trying is believing the patient will be satisfied. Thank you. And I hope for all of you a great conference. And hopefully we will be catching up in the market face to face. Best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanush, for extraordinary talk. And we'll move forward we'll continue the previous session. Sherwin, I think you can continue to call Dr. Gopi.
Our next speaker is Dr. Gopi Venkudre, a faculty of the University of Bahraini School of Optometry in Oman. He will talk about refractive status among the school student population in Al Muraimi, Oman. The floor is all yours, Dr. Gopi.
Thank you, Doctor. Am I audible and am I visible?
Yes, please start sharing your screen.
Okay. I hope you are able to see my screen now.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the great introduction and for the opportunity to present my research about the refractive status among the school children in Al Muraimi. Al Muraimi is one of the provinces in Oman. We can consider or classify this population as the semi-urban population. So I would like to share my insights on the refractive status which is observed among the school students in Oman. So as far as most of us, we have gone through these figures throughout the day, but I just want to put it in the context of our research that as per the study from 2020, it mentioned that around 1.4 billion population were myopic by the year 2000. And it projected almost half of the population, that is around 4.8 billion, would be myopic by 2050. And almost 90% of the population from the East Asia suffers from myopia, and even the population from the South Asia is also increasing. Now, with respect to the prevalence of myopia, as the children with the early onset of myopia, they are at a higher risk of developing other complications, including high myopia, myopic macular degeneration, retinal detachment, glaucoma, or any other pathologies such as choroidal neovascularization. With respect to the other studies which are focusing on the myopia among the school children, an annual progression of myopia depends on the age and the type of myopia. A study conducted among the medical student population in Saudi Arabia observed the refractive error prevalence of around 48.8%, of which almost 1/3 of the population were myopic. Even you can see another study from Saudi Arabia, which observed the prevalence of 53.3%. So we can understand within the Middle East region, the rising prevalence of myopia. Now, I would like to specify a few studies which are in the context of Oman. Now, as far as the study which was conducted before, which considered the data from National Vision Screening in Oman, that was within the period of 2002 to 2010, which understood the prevalence of myopia in the different grades. And we can see that among the 4th grade student, it was 2.44. In the 7th and the 10th grade, it was 4.41 and 7.36% respectively. So as we expect that the older the children are, the prevalence of myopia is rising. And interestingly, compared to 2002, the rate of myopia in 2010 was higher by around 1.43%. So considering this literature review, what we observe that there are limited evidences with respect to the refractive error prevalence among the student population within Muraimi region. And that is why we propose this study of conducting the refractive error prevalence among the school-going population in Al Muraimi, Oman. So we proposed a cross-sectional study design within the school settings, wherein which we included 3 randomly chosen schools from Al-Buremi region. Around we have 22 schools, of which as of now for the analysis, what we have considered is 3 schools with the population of which aged between 12 to 17 years. As I mentioned, that these are the initial results which we have analyzed for this presentation. And we included the participants with the different refractive status, whether it is emetropia, myopia, or hypermetropia, whether they are corrected, uncorrected, or using contact lenses. We have excluded any ocular abnormality which is associated. We have totally included 208 school children in this analysis and who were enrolled in the academic year in August 2024. So we conducted the ocular examination based on the Ministry of Health guidelines, and we assessed the visual acuity using logmar chart or the illiterate E-chart at a distance of 4 meters. Children having visual acuity of logmar value of more than 0.1, we offered them the cycloplegic refraction, and streak retinoscope was used to do the objective refraction. We analyzed the refractive error based on the spherical equivalents, and we classified the refractive status based on those spherical equivalent, and we analyzed it using the descriptive statistics. Now, as we could see into the figures that we have around 62.5% of the population were male and 78 were females, that is contributing to around 37.5%. And overall, we observed the refractive error prevalence of around 16.83% of the total population. The mean age of the participants was around 14.03 with a standard deviation of 1.20. As we could see that this mean age is inclined towards the higher side, and which is correlating with the higher prevalence of refractive error among the population. Now, in terms of the refractive error status, we can see that myopia prevalence is higher, which is contributing to 11.06%, followed by hypermetropia, which is 5.77%, and 83.17% of our population is emetropic. So this classification of myopia and hypermetropia is done based on the spherical equivalent. Apart from that, we classified the amount of astigmatism that almost out of the total population having refractive error, 16 were having either myopic or hypermetropic astigmatism, and the myopic astigmatism was observed to be higher, which is around 56.25%. Even when we look into the burden of the refractive error or myopia prevalence, either in terms of the global or in the context of region, there is an increased prevalence of myopia in the Middle East, which is ranging from 6.5% to 14.9%. And in Asian population, it is ranging from 4.1% to 42.4%. You might be wondering that why this range is so high, because this East Asia and the South Asia population, there is a huge difference in the prevalence. That is why it is you can see the range of this prevalence is much more higher. When we consider in terms of the age-wise distribution of myopia, let me just take this. I think I will just minimize this. Yeah. And now we can see that age-wise distribution of prevalence of myopia, which is observed in our study, that with respect to the similar studies which is observed, the older population is observed to be having higher prevalence of myopia compared to the lower age population. Even considering the classification of refractive error or the myopia prevalence in terms of gender, we observed that the males are having high myopia compared to females, that we observed around 12.31% of the population having myopia. Yes, there are few demographic variations which are existing in the gender-wise that we are classifying further. So based on our insights or our study findings, that we recommend that It is important to have the school vision screening programs. We emphasize that. Awareness is important for the students, for the parents, and not only for them. It should also include the awareness programs for the teachers. As we understand the role of outdoor activities in the myopia prevention, it is important to follow the strategies to encourage the outdoor activities among the population, among the student population. And this emphasis should be done for the parents as well as for the teachers. There is a need to develop and provide the appropriate managerial strategies or policies which could prevent the myopia. And we believe that our study would be supporting the baseline or providing the baseline evidences to further support these strategies or recommending those strategies for the perspective of the policies for the myopia prevention. So in conclusion, our study provides an essential insights on the prevalence of refractive error among the school-going student population from the region of Burebi. We observed that myopia prevalence is higher compared to the other types of refractive error, and we recommend the school vision screening program, emphasize it more, and myopia prevention strategies to be applied within this at-risk student population. And these are my references. So thank you. Thank you all for your listening and for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gopi, for that very informative talk. Our third speaker is a friend and colleague of mine at the Eye Institute of the Cleveland Clinic, Abu Dhabi. She is one of the protagonists of our myopia clinic and the author of the very famous Mistimol book series, which is a children's book about eye health. She will talk about clear horizons, myopia control success with Defocus spectacle lenses. Let's all give a warm virtual applause to Dr. Yasmin Al-Rubi.
Thank you so much, Sherwin, for the warm introduction. I'm so happy to be here with you all today. And I will be sharing with you some case reports highlighting myopia control success using Defocus spectacle lenses. So let's get started. So I just want to start by explaining why single vision lenses are not effective for myopia control. And we know that optical defocus is a driver for eye growth. And hyperopic defocus in the peripheral retina stimulates eye growth, while myopic defocus actually inhibits the elongation of the eye. So what we're aiming for with any type of spectacle lenses is to avoid hyperopic defocus and create myopic defocus in the peripheral retina to prevent the elongation of the eye and further down the road, prevent ocular complications from myopia progression. So we're so fortunate now because the next frontier of myopia control spectacles gives us so many options. The old myopia control involved using traditional bifocals or progressives to slow down myopia, but these were minimally effective. Now we have much better tools at our disposal, such as the DIMS, the HALT, the CARE lenses, which behave more like a myopia controlling contact lens. So we have the same optical profile provided throughout the lens. And we can see here that there are different designs, but they all work in the same manner. The way it works is that the central zone is clear and the treatment zone that surrounds it, and in each case here you can see there's a different design, have different elements which create more positive power compared to the base surface power. And this creates a blended distribution of myopic defocus in front of the retina, which prevents the rapid elongation of the eye. And over the last few years, we've been really fortunate because there are a lot more studies coming out about the efficacy of these myopia control spectacles. And I wanted to share two studies with you, one which was done with dim spectacles over the course of 6 years. And what they did was they compared patients wearing single vision lenses with patients wearing dim spectacle lenses, and they found a considerable decrease in the myopia progression. Another study which I would like to share with you, and there are so many studies that prove the same theory, which is that when dim spectacle lenses are used, or atropine is used, or DIMS and atropine are used in combination, we find that all of them are effective in decreasing the progression of myopia, but that the most effective option is in fact the combination treatment, which is DIMS combined with atropine. So this is going to inform us on how to treat our patients in clinic. And many studies have been done comparing the efficacy of all of these different lenses, and new studies keep coming to the forefront. But basically what they all prove is that on average, these lenses slow down progression by at least 50%, if not more, compared to single vision lenses. However, keep in mind that effectiveness of these spectacles varies based on individual factors like age and the degree of myopia, and of course, lifestyle factors. But in general, we have a very sturdy decrease in myopia progression when we're using these myopia control spectacles. So why do we choose these myopia control spectacles at Cleveland Clinic? Well, first of all, they're easy to wear, they're easy to fit, they have a very good range of correction, and that range of correction keeps increasing with time as technology improves. And of course, they're appropriate for any age, as all children with myopia require spectacles, whether for full-time or as a backup to contact lens wear. And we also know that in terms of compliance, these glasses work really well because we know that many patients cannot wear contact lenses. And many of our patients as well do not want to go down the pharmacological route. They are a little bit weary of that. So we like to start with glasses with all of our patients. The first thing that we always do when we see any of our patients in the myopia clinic is we develop a risk profile. And based on their risk, if it's low or medium, or if it's high, that's how we decide what is our initial treatment course. So if our patients have low risk to medium risk, we always start with the myopia control spectacles. But if they're considered high risk because they display 5 to 6 of the risk factors for developing myopia, then we certainly would consider doing a combination treatment of myopia control spectacles with atropine for added protection for our patients. So I'm going to start out by presenting to you some case studies that we saw at Cleveland Clinic. The first one is a 9-year-old boy treated with myopia control spectacles. He came to see us at the eye clinic the first time in December 2022, but unfortunately, I only got to see him in the myopia clinic 9 months later. And we deemed him to be medium risk because of his early onset of myopia, his moderate refractive error, also his ethnicity, and of course, lifestyle is always a factor that we look at. He was progressing fast when we first saw him. We can see here from this graph that until I saw him 9 months after his initial visit, he had already progressed by almost 0.75 diopters. And once I saw him, I initiated the MyoCare spectacle lenses, and sure enough, we see here that the graph really flattens out and the progression really diminishes to almost stable. And so I've been following him now for over 2 years and things are looking great. We have barely needed to change the glasses and his refractive error has in effect stabilized. Here's another graph showing his axial length. And we can see initially before the treatment, there was a large spike, but after we initiated treatment, we see that things are progressing much slower. And in fact, he's having less than 0.2 millimeters of progression a year, which is our target. The next case I would like to share with you is an 11-year-old boy that we also decided to treat with myopia control spectacles. His first visit to our clinic in June 2021, he was seen as a comprehensive eye examination, but was only able to get into the myopia clinic 18 months later due to many various factors. But once I saw him, we also initiated him on MyoCare lenses due to his risk factors for progression. And we were assessing him every 6 months. And you can see here, this is truly a success story for myopia progression, because we can see that before I saw him, he had progressed quite rapidly until the 12-month mark, where things slowly start to stabilize. And over the last 2 years, he's been maintaining the same refractive error with no change in his progression. Axial length measurement was also very telling, because until we saw him in the myopia clinic, his axial length was increasing. However, after we initiated the MyoCare spectacle lenses, we see that his axial length measurement is very stable. Now, as I mentioned earlier, when we deem a patient to have high risk for myopia progression, we can sometimes decide to start them with a combination therapy, and this is extremely effective. And I had a patient who we considered to be high risk for myopia progression because not only did she present with a high refractive error, but she also had 2 parents with myopia, and her lifestyle made her more susceptible to progression. Her first visit at the eye hospital was in January 2022, where she was put on 0.01% atropine, and we only got to see her in the myopia clinic 1 year later, in which we started her on myopia control spectacles. However, we felt that because she was still progressing and quite rapidly in the left eye compared to the right eye, we decided that it was better to not keep her on the 0.01% atropine, but to upgrade to a 0.05% atropine, which is more effective in studies at slowing down myopia with the same safety profile. So we can see here that at 12 months, when we initiated the myopia control spectacles, she was still using the 0.01% atropine. But at 21 months, we can see here that after she's been, using consistently the 0.05% atropine, she stays stable for almost 20 months with no progression in her myopia refractive error, which is absolutely incredible and a real success story as to what we can do with myopia control in our clinics. Similarly, we can see here that axial length also stabilizes considerably after we initiate our treatment of myopia control spectacles and atropine. And we can see that she's stabilizing, and then there's a slight increase here again in the left eye, which we see sometimes in patients. We sometimes see that one eye is progressing faster than the other. However, it's still within our range of keeping it less than 0.2 millimeters of axial length progression per year. And finally, I want to share one more case with you, a 10-year-old boy whom we also treated with combination therapy because his age of onset, 5, and high refractive error, and he was also spending hours on screens. So we can see here that by the time I saw him in the myopia clinic, he was progressing quite rapidly, but with a good pair of myopia control spectacles and atropine 0.05%, we were able to stabilize him quite well. And he's been stable for at least 20 months. Axial length, same thing. We see a very big increase in this area, but then it stabilizes to less than 0.1 per year of axial length progression. So the take-home message here is newer myopia control spectacles are easy to fit. They don't take much of your chair time. They are readily available and compliance is good. And our experience is consistent with studies that show that they are promising for slowing down progression of myopia. So please do regular follow-ups and don't be afraid to introduce a combination therapy if one therapy alone is not enough. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Yasmin, for that very lovely talk that you just did. Now let's call back all the other three speakers of the session. And if I can request, oh, Katie is there already. So to join us as well for the panel discussions. Very nice presentations overall.
Doctor, how do I get into the, sorry, I missed it, I think.
Just turn on your camera.
Yeah, I'm already, camera is on, but I need
Okay.
to enter into the panel discussion. Oh, sorry, yes, yes. No,
Yeah, the camera is
yes,
there.
yeah, great, yeah.
Okay, are you on?
Just Yasmin, I think.
No, Yasmin will not be joining, so you can continue, please.
Okay, so thank you. Okay, so we have a panel discussion and I want to start the ball rolling. Interesting topics overall. And I want to start with Barak, Dr. Barak. Your study was very nice, and for me, coming from, I did a practice in Kenya a while back. For 8 years, I was there, so I understand where you're coming from, especially with the community thing that you were mentioning a while ago, the struggles that you have. I was there when community hospitals were just using retinoscopy as a means of doing refraction, decent objective refraction. Let me ask you. So what with the solutions, with the suggestions that you gave on the study, were they mostly glasses, or I mean, were they part and parcel? Did you have anything else aside from the glasses? And let me add to that, what was their tendency? Like, let's say, for example, a patient which among the studies you did had myopia progression. Did that affect the urgency of the patient's parents to like seek consultation? And finally, what was the suggestion that you were like? I saw it, but I was a bit vague on the suggestion. I was like thinking maybe education as well going forward.
So in general, the affordability aspect of it is the burden is a little bit taken off them because we have a good medical aid system here in Botswana that covers all these patients. What we need, that I've noticed was scientific evidence that gives justification to back these medical aids to actually upscale their premiums for these patients, because we do have the myopia management in Botswana here. Zeiss is still here with us with their MyoCare and all those myopia management glasses. So we do have them. The patients they are capable of affording it. The problem is that a chunk of them do not know, as Dr. I think I forgot the name, as he said, a chunk of them do not know the other options that they have. All they know is glasses. And by attending the conference today, it gave me an idea of why that patient, that mother that said that he doesn't want the child to have glasses, is because we didn't present the options to her. If we had presented the options, then we assume that now that we've presented the options, let's look at the affordability aspect of it. Will you be able to afford it or not? But glasses didn't work for her, probably due to myopic defocus, hyperopic defocus on her part. And because it didn't work for her, she doesn't want the child to go through it. So that is the problem we have here. It's the ability to explain the options to the patients and give them the clear-cut understanding of what they are being given, and how much it will cost and how it will help the child in the long run. Yeah, because without that, I think if glasses doesn't work for me, then I don't want my child to have it.
So a follow-up question. Were they resistant? I mean, they were resistant to the suggestion? I mean,
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right.
She was resistant because she had her glasses in Ireland, and then she went to school there, but she got to Ireland when she was 18. She was wearing glasses in Botswana when she was 6. Okay. And then when she got to Ireland, she continued using the glasses, and her prescription keeps going up, almost by every 12 months by almost 1 diopter. And so her glasses are really thick now. And she's not somebody who can use contact lenses. She tried and failed. So she failed contact lenses. So she wasn't aware of these options that are available. And telling her came across as though we wanted more from her. We just wanted to get money from her. And she
and I think this woman probably has a little bit of PTSD from the whole thing, right? From how you're describing her. I think this is probably where your counseling side of things might come in a little bit handier, I think. The only other note I had on it, similar to Dr. Sherwin, was just the note you said about parents, children attending with their moms the first time, and then usually the father comes the second time. Are we sending moms home with any resources if we feel that the one parent can't relay the information, not necessarily mom or dad, but if one parent can't relay that information very well, are you providing resources for people to take home? Have you got access to resources? Does anything happen there?
Yeah, so that is one thing that I wanted to, as an optometry manager at my branch, I relate to my bosses at the top, because we cannot give information to the patients and then the third person's passive response to the father. Now the father has a different idea that a child's eye is really getting out of hand, and so he has to come. And so I think we will provide resources. Yeah, those learning materials, and then those electronic materials or whatever we can do so that they can take with them, especially because over here we have a lot of myopic astigmatic problems. Every myopia that comes with some degree of astigmatism. And if we can have these flyers and leaflets that they can take home, I think that will explain a lot. Yes.
I think so, because I think you lose that second appointment, because if you're relaying the information on the second appointment, there's potential that they'll go, oh, now we need to go home and think about it, and then maybe by the third appointment they'll do it. So it just maybe will shorten that time between giving the information and starting the process, I think, for sure.
Yeah, you're very right, because the mother that we were talking about previously, we were the 4th optometrist that she came to. In her own words, she was looking for a second opinion, third and fourth opinion. So there is always something there that we have to do to improve it, and this gave us a lot of information as to how to do that. And so I will relay that to my team.
Yeah, I think that's good.
But my last question was there any suggestion from your team to how to face this type of patient? I know it's going to be difficult, but we can't stop there at the end of the day. I mean, just from the studies, is there any suggestion from the team, or like what Katie was just saying a while ago, to cut on on how it is sent, the message is sent to the patient, to the parents, So
at this point, I have to take the responsibility for the failure in that part, because you see, we run a clinic where every patient has roughly about 15 minutes to be attended to.
Wow.
Okay. It's a private practice, and then we go that way. And so this was a patient that came in on a Saturday that we do a half day. And so all this is a failure that has to come to my doorsteps, and I will follow up on that patient. I will definitely follow up. I'll give them a call, and then we'll follow up, and we'll make sure that, as Katie said, the second appointment is not lost, because she left and never came back. But that child really need that assistance. So I'll really follow up on that, and then get the problem solved.
Great.
Thank you.
Let me ask Dr. Gopi as well. So it's a nice research study. I mean, the numbers that you were showing, like it was myopia and all that, were there anything that you noted that might specify that these kids are doing this or these kids are doing that? Were there factors like screen time, let's say outdoor activity, genetics, let's say like parents maybe wearing glasses? Were there any studies after that from the population that I mean, considering, I mean, I'm seeing your sample size. That's interesting that there's less a small amount, but yeah. So were there any follow-ups, like let's say, for example, were these patients having history, or were they given treatments after that study that you saw that there was myopia or anything like that?
And if I can add on that, Mr. Gopi, sorry, just like how you chose the 3 schools you went to, because are the schools, do they fully represent the demographic? I'm not sure of the population, but I know certainly 3 schools here in Dubai would not represent the population. Are they private schools? Are they all the one ethnicity? What is the representation of the population there, please?
Thank you. Thank you for all those questions and the clarity for this one about the doubts you have about the study. So as I mentioned that these are the initial results of our study. We also are doing, means in terms of the school population, we have chosen these 3 schools. We have total around 22 schools in Al Buremi. Out of that, for this analysis, for the presentation today, what we have considered is 3 schools. That is the data which we have analyzed so far. But we will be including the other studies as far as the analysis goes further. So we plan to include around the population of 430 students from different schools. So we expect it to be within one cohort because we want to observe them after a specific period. Apart from that, as you referring to the other question you were asking about, are there any other studies apart from that we are following it up? Yes, we are also following their outdoor pattern, that how much outdoor activity they are doing. And one of that initial results we published in, I presented this in the Muscat conference this year. And we observed that most of the students are, there is a lack of outdoor activity. Now, we are also trying to understand from the population that what are the perspectives because of that the students are not really going for the outdoor activities. Is it because of the cultural issues? Is it because of the more interaction with the media or the devices? Or is it because of any other issues which are, you can understand in the context, the temperature is quite high and which actually prohibit them for doing the outdoor activities, because you can see in the summer season, it goes to around 53 degrees Celsius. So are these the actual reasons? So we are getting the inputs for that. And as we analyze the data, we'll get further insights into the understanding of why the students are preferring or not preferring. Is it any cultural or any other issues which are associated? And yes, we do understand that, okay, as far as the sample size which we have presented today, it would not be enough to generalize the results. And as we move further, get more data into it, yes, definitely we'll get some baseline evidences which will be helping us to support for the proposed strategies. I hope I clear your doubts. If I miss anything, please let me know.
No, bro. Yeah, it was
No doubt.
pretty good. Yeah. Okay.
Dr.
Yes,
Sherwin, I might just ask you a question as a representative from Cleveland, if I may.
Sure.
Just since we don't have Yasmin. So she spoke there, she gave us 4 nice cases. I want to hone in on the 3rd case, the 11-year-old girl who had the left eye progressing more than the right eye. And then we popped her, they chose to increase it to 0.05% atropine in that left eye.
Right.
So what happens if that's not working? Where do we go when, and just across the board, you know, everyone has got different availabilities in their myopia management, what's available to them in their clinics. So what would we say when we have exhausted our options? How do we then discuss that with the family, or discuss that, you know, with the child and the parent? And do we give them hope for something more in the future? You know, what would be your thoughts when we have exhausted our options? How would you think that we should communicate that with families and children?
Yeah. So what we do basically, although on record right now, everything else is really very, I mean, I shouldn't say this because ever since the pandemic, it's been a growing issue that we've been tackling like year in, year out. And there's always a new thing. Like we started our myopia clinic starting on 0.01.
Yes.
And we were like, you know, everybody was, and then this is not working. Let's do 0.03 and then 0.05. And there are current studies that 0.05 is working. And then now we hear in other studies that 1% might be the key there. But also we have to worry about rebound. We have to worry about, are we doing, because nowadays we're like what Yasmin just did on his, you know, whole presentation. It's not actually just atropine. You have to do multimodal, like let's say, you know, defocus lenses and all that. Now, what we do usually is we talk about with each other. Now, what does the recent studies, because we can't really, it's still a learning process for everybody else there. And I can't say that I represent what she might be doing, but that's what we usually do. Especially the myopia clinic is composed by genetics. In our clinic, it's composed of the optometrist, the pediatric ophthalmologist, the genetic ophthalmologist, and then the orthoptist, obviously. So this is again a multidisciplinary thing that we have to talk to. It's not just one decision. So yeah, going forward, what we do is we talk with each other. And then, you know, make sure, I mean, we can't stop, you know, at the end of the day, we have to still talk to the patient and tell them that we're working on it. We'll see, I mean, what you have, the best treatment possible that is currently accepted, and we continue on. I think that's what we should do going forward.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, there is a lot of hope because there is so much coming and so much changing, right? And as you say, every year it's something new and it's changing, you know. So there's a lot of scope for improved therapies as we go forward, for sure.
And yes, I agree with the topic that you had the previous session. Axial length is the key. You know, everybody was just like forgetting, was disregarding axial length. Nowadays, it's a must for all of us. Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's it from me. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I thoroughly enjoyed the session. That was great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good night. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye. Take care. Bye.
Thank you, speakers. Okay, thank you all. Now it's a time for Myopia Mastery Poll 2. We'll be launching the Poll 2 question and questions. Kindly answer them as this is a part of your CME. And leaderboard announcement, Myopia Hero 2, Dinesh Singh remains still the winner. And the last session for this Auditorium 1 will be on an interesting debate. It's going to be spectacle versus contact lenses. It's between Mr. Yashwant and Ms. Kaushalya, moderated by Ms. Irene. So let's listen to the last session. And once this is finished, kindly join our Auditorium 2. Thank you.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the symposium until now. I'm Irene Joseph, specialist optometrist in Dubai, and also member of the scientific committee of UOF. I'm excited to welcome you all to this debate session where we will engage in some thought-provoking discussion on which is a better option for myopia control, contact lenses or spectacles. Our speakers have prepared some compelling arguments backed by research and reasoning to defend their stance. I encourage everyone to listen attentively and consider both sides before making your decision. All right, to speak for contact lenses, we have Mr. Yashwant Saoji from Saoji Vision Care, India, and we have Kausalya Akina to speak for spectacles, optometrist from LV Prasad Eye Institute, India. So let's start, Yashwant, with your thoughts on contact lenses.
Yeah, Irene, it has to be contact lenses. Why the hell this debate? You know how contact lenses function. Basically, myopia progresses due to the hyperopic defocus, and these contact lenses, which are special contact lenses, which either create an imprint on the patient's cornea or they have a +4 ring on the front surface of the contact lens itself. And this +4 ring, either on the cornea or on contact lens, helps in eliminating the hyperopic defocus and sometimes even creating a myopic defocus. And plus, look at the added advantage of removing your glasses. No need to wear glasses. So cosmetically appealing, very effective in controlling myopic progression. And lenses like orthokeratology, you have to sleep in them. So you're wearing it in controlled environment. And there are so many options available. It could be your regular multifocal, which is center distance multifocal. It could be the EDOF multifocal or the soft ortho-K lens, which have got a +4 ring on the front surface. Or it could be the daytime RGP contact lens having a +4 ring on the front surface. Or the best one, the Ortho-K. Sleep with the lens on, control your myopic progression, get rid of your glasses. It's contact lens for sure.
All right, Yashwant. Kausalya, let's hear from you about spectacles.
Well, Ashwin, hopefully the spectacle will be the winner of the show. You know, the spectacle correction is one of the cornerstone of primary eye care in optometry. So especially myopia progression can be corrected and controlled with myopia controlling spectacles. Myopia spectacle technology developed has evolved significantly from past 19th century to till date in terms of slowing down the progression. If you look back into the 19th century, it started with smart bifocals and progressive edition spectacle lenses. It helps in controlling the lag of accommodation by incorporating the accommodative lag theory. In 20th century, there is a peripheral defocus spectacle which has emerged out. There is a competition between the different technologies where initially the DIMS technology has come out. It's a defocus incorporated multiple segments. There will be a wide 9 mm zone with the lens slits surrounded and there are spaces in between. Later, with advanced technology of HALT, a highly aspheric lens slits, followed by the dot technology which incorporates the diffusion optics and all. It helps to increase the contrast at the retinal level. And at last is the CARE technology, which helps to eradicate the higher order aberrations in the peripheral retina. Do you think there's many options are there in the spectacle? Still we need contact lens? I don't think so. We need contact lens option.
What do you think, Yashwant? Looks like
With
too
so
many
many options in glasses,
Are
it's
there
so
any
confusing.
advantages
In contact lens?
in contact lens over spectacles? You think there's any specific advantages?
Oh, all are advantages, Irene. And the biggest one is cosmetic. No need to wear those thick, unsightly glasses. And plus, excellent myopia control. And with so many glasses, it's so confusing. Which one should I give? Should I give this technology or that technology? When it comes to ortho, it's only one simple lens, takes care of everything. And plus, just imagine we are giving these lenses or these options to kids, and they love to play outdoors. Now, outdoor sports spectacles are a hindrance. If the child is getting rid of wearing glasses, is it not great? They can play sports completely free of wearing glasses. I think it's a
Device-free daytime, right? Optical device-free daytime. That's what you're getting at. If it's an
Yeah,
ortho
yes,
lens,
yes. So
it's different
nighttime
when
you
it's
wear
a
lenses.
soft day lens. It's
Even
different
if
when
it's
it's a soft day lens.
it's a soft day lens. Also, you don't need to wear glasses. They're moving with the movement of
right.
the eyes. Your dynamic vision is much
Let's
better.
talk about
All are advantage.
safety aspect. Let's talk about safety aspect.
Okay.
You think, Kausalya, do you have any points to say spectacles are safer?
Yes, of course, because you know the spectacles are all time children friendly and it's fashionable. They can change the colors of frames and they can select the shape of the frame, and you know it's just like this, like you know Rajnikant wears like glasses. You just need to put spectacle, and then you know children can be able to see the world clearly. There is
So it
no
looks
long
like
process.
fashion with spectacles is also possible. But let's see. Yashwant, do you think contact lenses, safety factor?
Yes, yes. See, Irene, our eyes are made in such a way that the eyes go inside the socket. So even if there is an injury, it's the orbital plate which breaks first. So not wearing any glasses, very good for sports. Because remember, these glasses are not 100% unbreakable. They are polycarbonate. They are high impact resistant lenses, but they can still break. And what happens while running if the glasses fall off? They can fall off, right? Then what happens? You're not able to see anything where you're running, where you have to catch the ball.
So it looks like there are concerns of safety in both options.
Dynamic vision is much better when it comes to contact lenses. For any sports, contact lenses definitely score over glasses.
And what about in terms of myopia control with the lenses, design, spectacles? Kausalya, you have anything to say about that?
In terms of spectacle options, all time the efficacy stands high compared to contact lens because there are various studies having various technologies have various efficacy options. So in terms of defocus spectacles, they're like 60 to 70% of efficacy with spectacles within 1 year is rated in children, but there are very lack of evidence in contact lens customized studies that shows highest efficacy that children can have with myopia progression.
Or you talk to anybody who's wearing Ortho-K lenses, they would swear by it. The myopia just doesn't progress. It gives amazing results. And plus, Irene, how do we control myopia? We have to eliminate the hyperopic defocus, right? I think there is no argument regarding that. Now you want that +4 to move with the movement of the eyes. In glasses, the glasses are stationary. So if the child is not moving the chin and looking through the peripheral portion of the glasses, the defocus is gone for a toss. Whereas in contact lens, you're imprinting that +4 ring surrounding the pupil. So wherever the child is seeing, the hyperopic defocus is being eliminated. I think that's a big, big plus. It's actually the plus ring which helps. It's a very big plus in contact lens that helps.
All right. That's the point. Kausalya?
Well, to counteract the point, like where the contact lens moves along with the eyes, in the peripheral defocus glasses, there is a defocus area which is incorporated. So the light which is interacting the eyes has interaction to the retina. The defocus can triggered in the periphery too. The defocus is helping. It's not like it's not helping. If they move the eye, then only the defocus will be more. So, and then it comes to the blur in the side. So we just recommend a simple idea that child you just move a little head movement to see the things clear rather than moving to the eyes. The defocus will be perfectly working, I think. Yeah.
So that's not the natural movement. That's not the natural behavior. So you have to adapt to glasses. Whereas contact lenses give you complete freedom. You can be your natural self.
It's not about
and what
adaptation.
about the duration? What about the duration for myopia control? How long do you think the child needs to wear contact lenses, or how long should they wear peripheral defocus or other types of glasses?
See, normally when we discuss about orthokeratology, you can wear all your sleeping hours. And normally a person sleeps about 6 to 8 hours. Kids normally sleep for 8 to 10 hours. That's good enough. And today the technology is so advanced that we can design lenses wherein you can just sleep for 5 hours and still there'll be very good effect. But generally,
what about the long-term usage? I'm not asking about the wearing schedule for every day, but how long the child needs to use this modality for good myopia control?
Well, I think that's directed to me or to her.
Both of you. You can go, Yashwant.
Okay. So duration for myopia control, I think the answer is similar for both of us. Until and unless the axial elongation stops, we have to continue the therapy. So it is not dependent on glasses or contact lenses. You have to keep measuring the eyeball growth every 6 months. And once you have stable readings for 3 or 4 times, then maybe you can try and discontinue, but keep your measurements on.
Is there an advantage in any of the modalities for once the child is over 21 years of age and they want to go for other options of myopia correction, say refractive surgery? Is there any restriction with any of the modalities? Kausalya?
Yeah, when it comes to maybe the rare aspect of myopia management is when to taper, when to cessate, when to stop. Either it's contact lens curiously like fashion the spectacles, but it's very important that all-time monitor the axillin changes, the refractive power, and keep a watch whether they are under control. If everything looks fine in a year, maybe they are good to go late teenage like 20. Even adults can have triggered myopia progression even at the late adult age, like who have excessive near activities and all. But the point to make out here is, the extended power range, that cylindrical power of -4 that cannot be available in contact lenses. At times it will be difficult in dispensing the contact lens. So in that case, the spectacles helps better. In such cases, even though Ortho-K is an extraordinary option.
Okay, so in case if you have any -4, yeah, if she has any -4 patients, then she can refer them to me. I can fit them with lenses very comfortably.
So basically, lenses can be customized also for astigmatism.
Yes, yes, yes.
And all time they need a backup of spectacles too for Ortho-K at times. Yeah.
Okay, now that we've heard the various points, we see both has advantages and their challenges. And we've heard this excellent argument between the two speakers. So that
now
brings us to the end of the session. So we will not decide. We will not decide. We're going to let the audience decide on who is the winner of this. And before we end, I'd like to just say a small point that debates such as these sessions reminds us that critical thinking and the willingness to consider different viewpoints are very important as a person also for growth and progress. Just want to make that one point. And now we will display the poll so the audience can take up the poll and give their opinion on this argument. Thank you. Thank you, Yashwant. Thank you, Kausalya.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like the poll has started. We'll just wait for the result. Sunny, will you let me know when the poll has stopped?
Yeah, let me ask SK.
I think as per the poll, contact lens is the winner because it got around 60% vote and spectacle lens got 40%.
All right. So that's like a clear winner, contact lenses. Okay, thank you. Thank you all those who voted.
Okay, so thank you for that very interesting and a healthy debate. It was really a very nice, interesting one. Fine, so we are done with the Auditorium 1. Kindly switch to Auditorium 2. There'll be another 1 hour of a session where you'll have the closing ceremony and also the winner for the Myopia Hero of the Day will be announced at the end of the session. You will have another 1 hour of a session in Auditorium 2. Thank you. Kindly join in Auditorium 2 now.